Holy shit, top 10 worst stars to a stream, maybe? I know. Okay, shut the fuck up. All right, we're locking in. So, personal news-wise, the reason why, I mean, the reason why I'm in a bad mood, I'm not in a bad mood at all, but I should be in a bad mood, is because my goat is washed. Okay? Let's be real, my goat is fucking washed. All right? And you don't want to see your goat washed. Last night, Jennifer Welsh, who is a wonderful friend of the show, invited me to watch the Lakers Oklahoma City game 4. OKC had already won the past 3 games against a Lakers that notoriously does not have a very deep bench and had lost Luka Doncic. So they were already suffering. Okay, we're talking about a diminished Lakers. I mean, imagine not having a deep bench and also losing one of your superstars. It's very frustrating. And your primary star is unfortunately 41 years old. Okay. He and Rui were actually good last night. Not an LBJ apologist, but he's never missed a playoff game in 21 years. No, he was still fantastic. But I think prime LeBron would have locked in and dropped like 40 easy on that game. Because like there were a lot of like watching him establish post and then do the quick turnaround jumper that I know he has shot successfully a billion times throughout his career, and then have that brick is like every brick that I saw, and obviously like the expectation that I have is quite reasonable. He's 41 years old. But seeing him fail to hit those jumpers, like it reminded me of his age. It reminded me that we only have a finite amount of time on God's green earth. I will admit that. Okay? I will. It brought a tear to my eye. Unc was trying. He was trying. I want to say Oklahoma City, the most fraudulent team. Many people are saying, I'm saying this, they're basically the Golden State Warriors, but in Oklahoma. They're literally creating this unbelievable franchise team. Like, fucking, calm down, dude. Like, it's what are you doing? Like, your greed was written about in the Bible. Okay, gluttony is a sin, Oklahoma. The notion that you get to have such a deep bench with like every good 21-year-old in the country, where you got motherfuckers you're paying not even $3 million a year who are dropping 25 on game 4. There's a guy who Jennifer Welch jokingly referred to as their minimum wage player. Okay? AJ Mitch. He gets paid the minimum contract. He gets paid $2.9 million a year. He dropped 25 last night, I think, or more than 25. Like, they're giving him the janitor's salary, and he's dropping 25 on the Lakers on game 4 in the playoffs, or 28. That's unbelievable. He's living in poverty. Okay. Like, how lucky can you get? How lucky can you be? How lucky can you be? All I hear is they are the working man's team. Then on top of that, their greed sickens me. I will say this. I'm not even done with the OKC slander. Their greed sickens me. Jared McCain is an unbelievably productive player for the Sixers at the time, right? Yeah, sure, he's zesty and whatnot, and people were like, talking about that. But then he was dropping buckets. He was Billy Buckets, okay? Unbelievably productive player for how green he is. And then he gets injured, and then mid-season trade after post-injury, and now he's Billy Buckets for Oklahoma City Thunder. It doesn't make any sense. Why do you get to have Jared McCain? Why can't Jared McCain go to the Lakers, for example? I'm sure he would love being zesty in Los Angeles. Yeah, Holmgren was traveling under the basket. Oh, my God. Don't even get me started on him. Okay? And that's not all. The greed sickens me. The greed sickens me. But you know what is something that I saw? Because I was so close. I was so close to the court. I've never been that close to LeBron James before. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. He could feel my energy. There was a point where he looked over in my direction and smiled, and I think it's over at that point. Like we locked eyes, and he smiled at me, and I smiled back. Okay? And it was incredible. It was an incredible moment. I'm not even kidding. Like he could it was crazy. We were so fucking close. We were sitting right behind courtside, and some interesting things happened. Obviously, we were behind the Oklahoma bench. Because, Jennifer, her entire family, they're from Oklahoma. They're OKC royalty. And also they were, they're season ticket holders, all this stuff, right? So we're sitting behind the OKC bench. I'm wearing my LeBron jersey. Okay. And I wore it deliberately because I was like, and I took my jacket off at a certain point after the first half because I wanted to intimidate the Oklahoma bench because they can literally, like, it's in striking distance, right? So they can see me, and I'm just sitting there flexing, and I'm like, yeah, I'm mean mugging them. Okay, in my mind, I'm thinking I'm playing a role. I'm the Lakers' inside guy, inside outside. I'm their inside guy. I'm doing this for LeBron. They're seeing how jacked I am in the LeBron jersey, and they're getting scared. They're like, wow, the Lakers fans could possibly play basketball. They're so good. There must be a much better team than we previously thought, even though we won the last 3 games. Okay? And it worked. It worked. It worked. When I took my jacket off, I swear to God, it worked. Why did it work? They went on a fucking tear. The Lakers went on a tear. They were up. Until they weren't. But we don't have to talk about that. So, meanwhile, OKC players like, who's the old guy in the jersey? He's going to get swept too low. Shut up. Shut up. So, let me tell you something. Okay? So, we were so close that something insane happened. And I never thought that this would take place. Okay, you for some reason. Yeah, no, this was me. Literally, this was me in the LeBron jersey trying to stare intently into the eyes of every single OKC player. In my mind, I thought I was playing mind games. I was doing psychological warfare. I'm not even that invested in the Lakers. I just am a LeBron dick rider, right? Like, but it's just, But in that moment, I was like, I'm a soldier. I am a soldier for the cause. Bro thought he did something for real. I think I did. I think it worked. I think it worked because OKC was dominant first 2 quarters. And then all of a sudden, I take the jacket off and I'm staring at them every time they get in a huddle. And honestly, every time out, we were doing eye contact with the team. Okay. Yeah, they're trying to rally the team, but they can't rally because they're watching me fucking mean mug them, right? In the Bron jersey. Autism levels of delusional thoughts, not gonna lie. Okay, this is all jokes. Anyway, so, but to give you an understanding of how fucking close we are, 15:53, you're literally praying? No. You can see me in the back. Where was I? I mean, this is the bench. This is courtside, and I'm right there. Oh no.
All season. It's off to Mitchell, held by Hachimura, and a foul was and Reeves, and there's the free throw.
4 steals, did it at both ends of the floor.
Smart three, tip in, try by Reeves. There's the buzzer, and the Thunder have won and swept and are headed to the Western Conference Finals.
So, anyway, we were so fucking close. Someone took a 4K pic of you in the game. So stupid. But yeah, I'm gonna tell you guys like how close we were, okay? So in front of us were some OKC retirees, okay? Some old heads all the way from Oklahoma. Okay, these guys. And one of them, like literally 2 minutes in, LeBron is taking a free throw shot and he's yelling at LeBron. He's like, LeBron James, you're a bitch. Like, LeBron James, you fucking suck. And LeBron hears it. And then he points to this kid who is sitting courtside and he's like, what the fuck did you say? And I'm watching this take place. I'm like, oh my God. LeBron accidentally thought that this kid in the court in the front was the one who was talking shit. And the kid's like, no, I didn't say nothing. He's like, yeah. LeBron's like, yeah, I bet you were fucking worried. Like, I bet you now. Oh yeah, the guy, the old head is, oh my God, you caught it. Yeah, that was me being like, I don't know. Kind of seems like Lakers are doing well. But basically, that guy was the one who was like being a fucking menace. Okay? He was being a goddamn menace. And LeBron points to this kid. And bro, apparently when you sit there, they give you a card. They're like, you have to actually behave. Because like the players can see you, the players can hear you. You literally have to fucking behave. Like they tell you ahead of time. But this guy was not behaving. Okay? And what's interesting about it is that LeBron thought this kid wasn't the one who was behaving. So then security comes and they fucking eject the kid. And everyone is like, no, it wasn't the kid. It was the OKC fan. It wasn't the kid. So they eject the kid. But then he comes back. Like imagine that's 25 bands, right? 25 bands for like a courtside seat. So this kid gets ejected because the security thought that like he was the one who was talking shit to LeBron while he was like shooting a free throw. And then we tell the security figures out that it wasn't the kid at all. Nobody gets ejected at the end of the day. The kid comes back. LeBron actually runs up to him, dabs him up. I don't even know how he knew. Okay? LeBron actually ran up to him and dabbed him up. And I was like, wow. This is why you're my fucking GOAT. This is why you're my GOAT. It's incredible. Like he knew, he said no harm, no foul, you know? What a nice guy. And I fucking felt the aura. I did. I felt the aura. And honestly, at that point, I was like, maybe we should eject this kid. Because maybe they should give me that seat. Maybe I should be the one dabbing up LeBron. Maybe he should recognize my contributions to the game, to the science of basketball, to the sport, really, and to the science of glazing LeBron, honestly. So that's what I was thinking in that moment. I was a little jealous of this teenager, this little child who was sitting, courtside. But basically that's my story. But yeah, We watched it unfold, and unfortunately, the sweep took place regardless. What is this? Good Hasanabi moment, 4-11. Yeah, I'll be honest, when I first came in, I was not thinking. Look at this zooming clip I got of you on an instant replay. What is this? Where? Oh, that's me. You're so dumb. Will Neff was mad. Yeah, I didn't buy the tickets, man. I was invited.
Where's Waldo ass bitch right here? Yo, Jen is regretting this immediately. Look at how little personal space she has because he's so large. It's like when you draw the extra super large dude on the airplane and you see him like stop at your row and you're like, oh, fuck. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go.
He's just mad. He's mad. He's mad. Y'all acting like the Swifties when Taylor Swift went to the Super Bowl. Yeah. You were on national TV and it wasn't Fox News. Yeah, that's true. Finally, for once. Will Neff hates you now.
Like 4 rows back with
we showing her
and he
what
took
happy.
Jennifer Welsh? I'm going to kill him.
Yeah, I didn't choose this. Okay. I did not. I was fortunate enough that Jennifer asked me to come. Anyway, he even brought a replacement Will Neff. Yeah, Jack Cocherella. We even have a replacement Will Neff. You this whole stream so far. Okay, it's not me, it's chatters who keep sending me links. But yeah, I was there with Jen's whole family. It was awesome. Newsmax is really mad at you for going. You idiots don't see the irony in sitting $5,000 seats with a communist. Fucking got him. I'd pay $5 million to see my goat thrive. Okay. Fox News clipped you saying 2.9 mil is poverty. Here's another week to coverage. Oh, when I said the 2.9 million is minimum wage salary. Yeah. In any case, fun experience overall. What a night. What an incredible game. I mean, it was very close in the end there. It sucks that the reverse sweep, which many people were saying was going to take place, not me, but many other people were saying there was going to be a reverse sweep here, you know? They were going to go from 3-0 to 4-3, right? They were going to run it back, and Luka was going to come back as well. And, you know, he was going to come back skinnier and less injured than ever before. He was going to be more athletic. I will say Austin Reeves is great at finding little corridors to go in and take these shots. But god damn, bro, the Lakers cannot fucking bring the ball up to save their motherfucking life. Their top talent is LeBron James on the court. Rui Hachimura had to show up. And he was ass for most of his fucking career. And now all of a sudden in the playoffs, he's like the 3-point lights out shooter out of nowhere. And it's like, when that happens, like when I was watching it up close, I could not comprehend how these guys literally could not bring the motherfucking ball up to save their goddamn life. They were doing turnover city over and over again. Austin Reeves kept passing the ball to the sidelines. I don't even know who he was passing to. I mean, he was obviously, he dropped a lot of buckets himself, but like, it's clear he is not. He's a shooting guard. He's not a point guard. They need a fucking point guard. It's crazy. Bro, Rui is not ass. What are you saying? He's a mid-range bucket machine? No, he is. He's good. He was fantastic during the playoffs. I'm just saying, you're talking about a guy who is not supposed to be a fantastic player all of a sudden showing up. And the reason why he has to show up is because, let's be real, the Lakers bench is not exactly deep. Okay? It's not exactly deep. Bronny should have started as point guard. Okay, dude. Now, there's one more thing that I also have to mention, because I talked about the greed. I talked about gluttony, which is a sin, by the way. Oklahoma City, you're supposed to be a godlike, a godly Christian team. But the way you behaved out there, Oklahoma City, when I watched you play yesterday, it was anything but godly. More like goddamn is what I kept saying. Because on the offense, I've never seen a team obviously bait fouls as much as SGA does. It's crazy. He didn't flop as hard this time around. Like this game, he was fine. But this motherfucker, the way he shoots, the way he passes, every time he passes, it's a hook. He passes and then he hooks his arm to get intercepted by the person who's defending him. And he always gets those calls. What the fuck? He literally, I don't know if it's deliberate. I don't know if he's got a hook for an arm like goddamn Captain Hook, okay? But he just straight up, every shot he takes, I mean, he's so good. God, he's such an incredible bag. He's incredible at ball handling. He's so fucking good. His mid-range jumpers, his fadeaways are phenomenal. But he literally shoots with this. I've never seen anything like it. Every time he shoots, he makes contact. It's an offensive foul. They should be calling it an offensive foul, not a defensive foul. Okay? I've never seen anything like it. This motherfucker, it goes in, it doesn't go in, it doesn't matter. It's always a foul. How is this possible? Okay? How is that possible? And then, not only that, but it was on the defensive side. Everybody talks about OKC's defense being great. Okay? Yeah, I'd be doing great defense if I was also not playing basketball, but playing karate instead. Okay? I've never seen anything like it. It is literally Chop City. It's hack and slash. Every motherfucker. It was elder abuse. First of all, let me just point it out. It was elder abuse. It was literally elder abuse. The way that they were smacking LeBron around, I've never seen anything like it. Maybe 90s basketball with the Plumbers and Michael Jordan. The way that old heads talk about Michael Jordan like he was in fucking Vietnam in the trenches or some shit. That's what it felt like watching LeBron James, 41 years old, get fucking smacked around. Okay? It was unbelievable. And that's what you can do when you got a deep bench. It doesn't matter if you get fucking 5 fouls over and over again. You can literally have players get ejected and you still have other productive elements you can put in. Okay? Caruso, I'm watching you. Bald man, I saw you. I saw you in person last night. I didn't like what I saw. Okay? I did not like what I was seeing. That was bald on bald violence. That's number one. Okay? Yeah. Gotta point that out. I guess it doesn't matter if you have unlimited fouls when you have a team where you can replace them. Number two, foul baiting. They are literally call merchants, okay? It's not just like Flop City. It's not just foul merchants. They are call merchants. They get all the calls on offense and they get all the calls on defense. I didn't realize basketball was more than a 5-player sport. On the court, you had a 6-player. The referees were on Team OKC. I thought it was 5-on-5. Turns out it's 5-on-6. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Anyway, I had to get the rants out of the way. These are all the feelings that I had last night. It was an emotional roller coaster. Okay. Big Hoss, it was great meeting you last night. Appreciate you taking a pig with me. Hell yeah. Yeah, 6-on-6 if you're counting yourself in the stands, though. It was 6-on-6 because I was bringing aura to the table. I was trying to bring in a dangerous aura to the table. So I was trying to level the playing field, but it didn't work because the referees are on the court. You know what I mean? I wasn't close enough, I guess, to be intimidating. My man, you made them lose. We went from an L stream intro to a W intro real quick. Get back to politics, bro. You were losing aura? Yeah, I know. I had a great time, though. It was fantastic. Look at my fucking face. Look at how sad I am. The ref is going to take out an article in the New York Times condemning you. Saw the doctor in the building last night. Okay. Anyway, listen. That's all. It's all jokes. It's all love. Great basketball was played. Wish that the great victory. Wish that I could have seen a great victory for LeBron. Many people are saying this might be his last fucking team. Last like Laker night as a Laker. Some people are even talking shit saying, oh, LeBron got swept. Jordan never got swept. And now that LeBron got swept in the playoffs, it's over. Wrap it up. You know, his career is done. I think that's hateful. It's racist. It's white supremacist rhetoric. So if I hear that from anyone in this community, I will ban you. That's an insta ban, folks. Okay. We do not traffic in white supremacy around these parts. Okay. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that white supremacy. Get that bad, bigoted opinion out of here. Okay. Anyway, let's fucking blast off now. Don't read my logs. Stop defending Lazianis is hard. It's hard for me not to defend him a little bit, you know? Yeah, I lost my voice a little bit. Jordan got swept 2x. Okay, whatever. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it started. Let's get it going. Okay. Rape report draws the ire of Zionists. Get in now. Okay. Did I download these photos? No, I didn't. Yeah, that's it. That was my night. That was my interesting experience, and I really enjoyed it. And I hope that was a fun recap of the events that took place. I feel like I'm I gotta do more like cool, fun stuff in the real world so I can have some funny experiences to share with you guys. You know, I never do anything because I'm a fucking chud ass loser usually, and that's the reason why I never have any like fun stories to tell you. John going in on third way. Yeah, I saw that. We're obviously going to talk about this fucking edit of your Dr. Jihad segment. We are going to learn. All right, I got to pee. Pussy. This, I'll be back, is an ambulance. It's a type of a car, okay? It's a type of car. This is a police car. It's also another type of a car, okay? When one car falls in love with another car, they have a baby car. Sometimes a bus. Now, in the car cinematic universe, the fact that there are female cars and male cars and also baby cars implies that these cars have a cussy. Which is, of course, a car and a pussy. Okay? Car plus pussy equals cussy. Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11.
This is a Fox News special report.
And what I think this is symptomatic of, Harris, is a desperate attempt to connect with online, particularly male audiences. There are no normal male Democrats. We've talked about this a lot. If you look at the overall breakdown of gender, Democrats are hemorrhaging support with young men. And so as a result, they're recognizing that they have an issue. The problem is, I don't think they're addressing why they have that issue, which is they turn their back on the idea of traditional masculinity. And so they are sort of desperately flailing to try to connect with an audience they don't really understand.
At least 8 people think this is real. No, a shit ton of people think it's real, and I keep retweeting it. It's also because Fox News has been talking about me nonstop. It's just very funny that it is believable. Like under different circumstances, you'd be like, "What? Why would Fox News talk about a random Twitch streamer talking about cussy?" But because these last 3 months have been so crazy. Apparently, there's a DSA SF chapter leader trying to beef with you on Twitter. Yeah, I already followed them. I'm gonna talk to them. Don't fucking get involved, okay? Local news article. Anyway, obviously, our top news story of the day is Abdul El Sayed. You guys know him. We all know him, and hopefully the people of Michigan, now that they're getting to know him, are liking what they see. Dr. Abdul Sayed reached out to me a couple months back and said, Hasan, I would love for you to come and stump with me, go on a rally with me. I thought in my mind, sure, why not? We've already collaborated. You've already been on my stream, a fundraise for you. I really like what you're doing. I like your background. I like your worldview. I trust you. So I said yes. But what I did not realize was that stumping for a candidate and doing rallies was actually very different than having the candidate come on your broadcast. Now, what's interesting about that is when I came out and said I was going to do a rally with them, a bunch of advocacy organizations that are pro-Israel got very mad. Obviously, the propaganda wing of AIPAC, Jewish Insider, was very frustrated about it. They started writing article after article after article. You had a lot of centrist, right-wing, Israel-first Democrats who were also very frustrated, and they came out of the gates swinging for the fences, swinging at your boy. They said, Hasan Piker is a dangerous man. Hasan Piker is a dangerous anti-Semite, they said. Used heinous smears. They said Hasan Piker is not good. Campaign poison. Unelectable. Well, I wasn't running for any election anyway. I was just showing up and offering support to my friend Abdul El Sayed. They said I was a terrorist. They tried to terror jacket not only myself, but terror jacket Abdul, a Muslim man. And that's when the barrage of fuck Hasan articles started coming out. Many of those articles featured my perspective on Israel. And if you recall at the time, I said, I don't really mind this stuff. I don't really mind this hatred. I said they are unambiguous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. They drew their line of demarcation. Unfortunately, they drew it on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue, and you don't want to be on the wrong side. Unanimous in their hatred of me. Shut up. United, unanimous, unambiguous, whatever. All of that works. Calm down. So, they got unbelievably frustrated. Now listen. At the time, I got anti-Rab Hassan Hay here in PA3. Wait, from who? Fucking libtards? Did you already talk about the Lakers? I did. You missed it, but you can rewind if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Now, at the time, when all these attacks were happening, what did I tell you over and over again? What did I tell you over and over again? I told you that this stuff is irrelevant. I said, your boos mean nothing because I've seen what makes you cheer. I said, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. And it turns out it was true. Okay? Turns out it was true. New poll came out today. Edinger Mentum calls it the Hasanabi bump. He posted, you come at the king, you better not miss. New poll in Michigan, May 1 through 7, showing Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Haley Stevens following at 18%. And Mallory McMorrow, also known as Mallory McCuomo, at 17%. Here was my prediction. Attack Abdul in a not so subtle Islamophobic campaign where they tried to like terror jacket myself and Abdul El Sayed, which then backfired because then that led to a lot of coverage on Abdul El Sayed, which led people to engage his campaign, try to figure out what his positions are, and they liked what they heard. So I think this will have a similar impact as well. It will lead people into questioning why McMorrow is trying to present herself as this like anti-establishment candidate and position herself as different than Abdul El Sayed when he is the true anti-establishment pick. This is a race where people are looking for an anti-establishment candidate. Okay? Like if McMorrow's your lady, then it should just trouble you that this is her political judgment pivoting to lying. Liz Smith is lying on Abdul's name like he's a Como victim. Says, yeah. And I called it, but nobody ever listens to what I have to say. They always want to talk about me, but they never want to talk to me. And they also don't want to hear what I have to say. A lot of these things I've already talked about. A lot of these things I already brought up. Right? Now, of course, Democrats are hitting the maximalist cope, right? So many issues. This Mitchell poll sample, small sample entirely by text, which only gets you an overly engaged and liberal sample. Define LVs using self-report. Sample is way heavy on college educated and is pretty far off the expected electorate on age and gender. They texted RVs and simply asked who's voting in the Dem primary and got a super engaged and probably very liberal group of voters who are not all representative of the primary electorate. Cope. Damn, people are doing exactly opposite of what the establishment media is peddling for. Zero trust in mainstream media. Yeah. Now, this is just cope, and we'll get to all of that in a second. But there's a lot I want to talk about with this. Now, jokes aside, the poll itself quite literally features myself by name. Like it literally says it was the Hasan Piker bump. I don't think that's the case. Okay. Now, the reason why I say that is because it is virtually impossible for me to be a kingmaker for a bad candidate. Okay. That's just, I'm not being humble. I'm not being humble. I need you to understand. Abdul is a great candidate. He is a stud. He has spent most of his life advocating for Medicare for all. He worked in public health in the state of Michigan. He's a doctor. He's a Rhodes Scholar. He's jacked. If Abdul was a shit candidate, aligning with someone like myself wouldn't actually do anything for him. Okay? It wouldn't help. It's the same with Zoran. It's the same with Zoran. I can only highlight candidates that are positive, candidates that are good, politicians that are responsive. I can only highlight their best, their best side, right? That's the point. Yesterday, you said you're not a kingmaker, you're just an asshole, and I think that's up for debate. So we look at the race. El Sayed, 32, leads McMorrow, 19, and Stevens, 10 with white voters. However, Stevens, 36, leads McMorrow, 17, and El Sayed with African-American voters. That's machine politics. Machine politics always goes for the most corporate aligned. That's the role that the machine plays, okay? It's tough to tackle. It's a very, very important aspect of winning primaries. And it's been a huge hurdle for left candidates to climb. Okay? It's true, though. But it's true. In any case, among voters who are neither white nor African American, Stevens, 27, has a big lead over El Sayed, 15, and McMorrow at 5%. It's very clear that one of the most important factors in El Sayed's movement up in the polls is the support he's receiving from far-left progressives who very strongly oppose United States and Israeli intervention in both Gaza and Iran. His support really bumped up after the endorsement by Hasan Piker. It will be interesting to see whether this is enough support to allow him to win. However, it is important to remember that with two women and with one man, the man has an advantage because the women vote will be divided almost equally, Mitchell concluded. Pollster in the Michigan Senate race showing Abdullah up by 9, saying that Hassan Nahan is the primary reason for a surge in the polls. I think this is wrong. Okay. I don't think I'm like the only reason. I don't think I'm only capable of getting candidates more name recognition. Yeah, they also call me anti-Semitic in the second mention in here. This is the same poll that we're looking at. After endorsement from U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders, Vermont, and controversial podcaster Hasan Piker, Abdullah Sayed, 28, has surged into a 9% lead over Congresswoman Haley Stevens at 18 and State Senator Mallory McMorrow. Okay? There's still 38% that are undecided. We got to go after those folks. It has generally been the rule that the most liberal Democrats vote in a Democratic primary and the most conservative Republicans vote in a Republican primary, with El Sayed attacking far left and in opposition to both the United States and Israel in Gaza and Iran. El Sayed is running as the most progressive and liberal candidate. Democrats saw the impact of the strong leftist progressive wing of their party take over the Democratic nominating convention held to determine Democratic nominees for statewide office like Secretary of State, Attorney General, and statewide education board seats. Piker, considered by many to be anti-Semitic, is probably a primary reason for El Sayed's movement upward in the Democratic primary. Like, what is this argument that, like, I'm anti-Semitic, which is ridiculous, but then also anti-Semitism is really good? Like, what the fuck? It's really good to win votes. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, the pollster that did this is a right-wing pollster regardless, which makes this a little bit more interesting. But that's also part of the reason why Republicans, or not Republicans, but like right-wing Democrats will say this poll is propping up Abdullah El Sayed because they think Abdullah El Sayed will lose to Rogers. It's bullshit. And you'll start hearing that. You'll start hearing that from naysayers immediately, okay? Some of them will try to tackle the poll itself and will claim that this this poll is actually bad. Okay. Others will turn around. Motherfucker, you need to stop with that shit. You have so much fucking pull and sway. Even though your audience is 25 to 30, 40K a day, your methods and your words get back to Debras and Barbaras. Even the most offline normies know who you are and respect your politics. Your politics is the new left in America and people fucking crave it. You're not just some dickhead. You're relevant and impactful figure. Okay, that's a little bit too much. I'm never going to sit here and glaze myself. I'm just being, I'm going to stay grounded, okay? And even keeled. So, I think no figure is individually responsible. And I think most of the responsibility, victory or defeat, and in this case, hopefully, inshallah, a victory, stems from the candidate themselves. Are they charismatic? Are they responsive? What are their policies? Are they able to communicate their policies and their motives well enough that it penetrates the collective consciousness of the constituents, the voters? I think Abdul has it all. Okay? Zoran had it too. There are some people who have it, some people who don't. There are a lot of candidates this midterms election that have it. Okay? What we can do is mobilize. What we can do is organize. We have passionate voters, activists, advocates, organizers in this community that are desperate for a change. And if they see someone as an agent of that change, the change that they want to see, they'll go out and they won't just vote for that candidate, but they'll go out and engage in advocacy for said candidate. They'll door knock. They'll phone bank. They'll do all these things to combat the barrage of negative ads that are coming the way of these anti-Israel, pro-Medicare for all candidates from a lot of corporate super PACs. Okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay? So, will you make a difference in my life and check my logs, please? Will you please address this doo-doo take? I've been thinking about it all day. What? Why is this a doo-doo take? No, I will not be addressing this take. We'll talk about Zoran's budget W in a second too. So, of course, one of the immediate responses from the likes of these like right-wing charlatans like this one, this account is one of the most annoying accounts on election Twitter. Okay? Says, you are a Republican. How do you read a poll where the base has nearly 40% undecided and is nearly equally split among three Dems, ranging from centrist to far left, and say the base is with the left? Like, how do you actually do that with a straight face? I'm not merely being a jerk here. I'm sincerely curious how this could be your honest take on this poll. The 80% under 45s with one candidate shows how he's seizing the ground with marginal voters. The elderly that represent McMorrow and Stevens supporters are likely to coalesce around him. That should help. Michael from Pennsylvania is correct. Machine politics voters, lifelong blue dog Democrats, lifelong straight down ballot voters will coalesce around the one who actually wins. What's important in the general is to activate voters that normally don't vote. The youth, voters that have left the Democratic Party's ranks. The fact that this is a primary in a midterm and there's this much excitement from the youth vote around a particular candidate in a normal, competent Democratic Party should imply that that candidate is the one that goes into the general, right? If we had a primary system that revolved around electability, like real electability, they would look to this situation, they would look to the results, they would see that 80% of the under 85 or the under 35 voters are excited to vote for one guy, 80%. And they would go, those are literally the people that never vote, and now, or under 45, sorry, under 45. It's unbelievable. Okay? 80% is Assad numbers for under 45. Those are the people that don't vote. Or if they do, they don't really vote for the Democrats. Those are the people that left the Democratic Party. The voters that are already a given that will vote in the Democratic primaries, the over 45, the over 65, those are people that will always vote for the Democrat regardless. The candidate that secures enthusiasm and excitement from the unlikely coalitions that the Democrats lost is the candidate that is most likely to win in the general. Okay? Abdul El-Sayed is that candidate. A competent party would say, all right, clearly these polls show that he has the momentum in the general. He's most likely to win in the general. And yet we don't have a party primary system that is actually designed for electability. We have a party primary system where we weaponize false arguments of electability to present the only adequate choice as the most moderate one. Okay? Because the goal of the primary system is not to actually put forth the best possible candidate. The goal of the primary system is to put forth the most corporate-backed candidate. Corporate-backed, but still somewhat exciting to the base. That is what they're trying to do in the primaries. Nathan says you're a Republican, and of course he shows that everyone is losing to Mike Rogers, which is bullshit, by the way. I would bet my life on it, okay? The idea that Mike Rogers is going to fucking win against even Mick Morrow, honestly, is ludicrous. The only candidate that Mike Rogers could potentially win against is Stevens, and this is the one where this C-rated Glengarriff poll says Stevens has the highest likelihood of coming closer to Mike Rogers. Okay, 44 to 42, 43 to 41, 45 to 40, saying El-Sayed is the least likely to he's the worst performing against Mike Rogers. This is bullshit. Okay, it's complete bullshit. There is no shot. Okay, the real battle is happening in the primaries in this election. It's not going to be in the general. Mike Rogers lost against Slotkin. Mike Rogers is not winning against El-Sayed, and certainly not winning against. Is certainly not winning against El-Sayed, and possibly not even winning against McMorrow. I'll be honest. He might have a better shot at defeating Haley Stevens. Mike Rogers just ran in 2024. He had tens of millions pushing his name recognition. Exactly. And that is the only reason why the polls look this way. Rogers just did a major statewide campaign in 2024. This is simply a name recognition artifact. Stop being stupid as fuck. I know it's hard for you. So Hasan did absolutely fucking nothing to help El-Sayed with his fucking dog shit numbers against a guy who lost to Elisa Slotkin. She's Zionist and evil, by the way, in 2024. Wow, not only am I shocked, I'm amazed that Hasan is that irrelevant. I like that losers like this are so singularly focused. Like, this is supposed to be an election Twitter autist, okay? Like, how can you say that you are autistically invested in the polls and then drop any kind of reasonable read you could have on the polls when my name gets brought up in the conversation? You drop everything just so you can fucking say, oh, well, Hasan is irrelevant. Okay, so what? Yeah, I'm irrelevant, big dog. Who cares? Why do I have permanent occupation in your fucking mind if I'm so goddamn irrelevant? Okay, look at his pinned. I'm not gonna say nothing, okay? I'm not gonna. Is that Harry Potter? Yeah, that's Harry Pooter. That's crazy. Bro, he bullying you? Yeah, no, definitely. He shoved me in a locker. Show the PDF I sent you in the DMs. They say you are the reason Abdul is winning. I already showed it. Remember, this is the don't be an asshole party. That's why people get mad at me. You can't be that much of an asshole. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even kidding, bro. There's something deeply wrong with a lot of these people that their brain is so fucking unbelievably rotted by being online too much. They've seen too much like anti-Hasan content and they think that I'm like a real mover and shaker in a negative manner. And it's really funny because it's like clearly it hasn't been fucking negative. Okay? It clearly hasn't been negative. It's been positive. So what the fuck are you complaining about? I said centrist libs still desperately trying to make the argument that a Muslim doctor who's dedicated his life to Medicare for all is unelectable in Michigan. They were professionally wrong when they complained about Abdul campaigning with me. They're still professionally wrong. Have humility. Because Trey Easton of Searchlight Institute, one of John Fetterman's strongest soldiers, by the way, we should remember that. We should remind people of that. Says, let's talk about all the polls out of Michigan today. In a hypothetical matchup, Rogers got 43.8% support to Stevens' 41.5%, while Rogers got 42%. Like, these guys are so invested in eviscerating the left flank because it undermines their fucking worldview. It undermines their primary purpose, which is to get Democrats to give them tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars every election to tell the Democrats what they want to hear, which is keep moderating, keep pivoting to be as friendly as possible to corporations. Stay the course. Do not stray away from the course. We have to keep representing the interests of Aetna. We have to keep representing the interests of Blue Cross Blue Shield. Please, no matter what you do not say fuck Israel, for example. Don't you dare say that, even if people want to hear it. You don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that, actually. They just lie to themselves and they lie to their fucking goddamn candidates over and over again. Moments like this show that is a failure. They thought all of the negative coverage saying Hasan is an anti-Semite, Abdul's a terrorist, Hasan is a terrorist, was actually going to hurt his chances. It didn't. What did I tell you? People kept coming in here being like, bro, are you okay? People are really on your ass, man. Are you okay? And what did I tell you? I said, I'm doing great. It's fucking annoying at times, but I'm still doing great. You want to know why? Because there is tremendous amounts of enmity towards mainstream media. There's tremendous amounts of animosity towards Israel. And mainstream media, corporate Democrats in Israel are some of the most unpopular entities in the United States of America right now. And all of those forces have basically joined to attack me on a 90-10 issue where they're on the 10% side. Of course it's going to fucking fail. Sarah Longwell, Bulwark, Third Way, have some fucking humility. If we're actually in this battle, as you claim we are, together to defeat fascism in this fucking country, I think it's time to have a little bit of fucking humility. This was the whole point. Like clockwork, huge hit piece on Abdul just dropped. Of course it did. They tarnished the reputation of incredible candidates like this. They try to do everything in their power to stop this momentum. Okay? Michigan Senate hopeful LSAT calls himself a physician, but has little history, little experience as a licensed medical doctor. Or no experience. Yeah, bro, he's an epidemiologist. He's an epidemiologist. He's literally openly stated that. My dad was literally his professor in med school. Yeah. Does he have a PhD? He's a doctor? No, he is. He's a doctor. He's literally a doctor. He is a doctor. He's also an epidemiologist. He has an MD. They're so desperate. They're hitting the fucking Zoran route here. They're like, Abdul El Sayed doesn't like vanilla flavored ice cream. You know? What's next? One time, we found Dr. Abdul El Sayed actually threw a piece of garbage in the recyclable garbage can, but it was only 53% recyclable. Can you have some decency, sir? Why do you want the environment to suffer? There's no doubt that El Sayed has top-notch medical credentials. He attended the University of Michigan Medical School, ended up receiving his medical degree from Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. He has a doctorate in public health from Oxford University and worked as an assistant professor of epidemiology at Columbia for a year before moving to Detroit to be the executive director of health officer of the Detroit Health Department. That's the guy that they're saying is like beefing up his credentials. If anything, saying that you are a fucking licensed physician would be a downgrade from the amount of experience he has in the field of public health, which, for the record, he doesn't fucking present himself as a physician at all. So what the fuck are you talking about? He's a goddamn Rhodes Scholar. That's from the hit piece. That's how insane this guy's credentials are. Yeah. Abdul didn't clutch around during promotion and call it in Counter-Strike one time. Is he capable of winning an election if he can't win a promotional round in Counter-Strike? Anyway. So he has more relevant experience for government than he would as a normal patient-focused doctor? Yes, of course. They're literally going to go back into our old videos that we did, our old streams, and find that he actually couldn't make a three-point shot, you know what I mean, against those kids that we played in Dearborn, and be like, look at his jumper. If he's not ready for the big leagues, is he ready for Congress? Like, it's fucking so stupid. Dave Weigel with a not so charitable take once again. Third way's anti-Assam push, probably the biggest backfire of the cycle for Dems, right? It's an attention economy. That was the cue to say, pay attention to Abdul, who confidently grabbed the attention to say things liberals like and agree with. Part of this, it got Abdul more Fox and conservative media hits. And the internet, the interest in that media right now is getting him the nomination because they think he's an easy kill, which they could be wrong about. This is why I said it's not very charitable. So we got 2026 Fetterman coverage, not 2022 Fetterman coverage. The idea is like, oh, Fox News is doing the Pied Piper strategy. Okay, well, since we know that the Pied Piper strategy was an abject failure when Hillary Clinton did it against Donald Trump, let it happen then. Let it fucking happen. Actually insane. Every candidate in the country is going to be trying to get Hasan the campaign with them. Yeah, look at this, dude. Voters age 18 to 44. El Sayed, 80%. The voters heard what was going on and said, that's my guy. I'm a numbers guy, okay? Okay, this is valuetainment. I'm a numbers guy. I say, let's chat GPT it, let's grok it, okay? I grokked it, I chat GPT it. I'm a numbers guy. It turns out voters love, under the age of 45, voters love Abdul El Sayed. Yeah. to our non-binary thempers. Female, LSAT +1. Male, LSAT +13. Non-binary, LSAT +100. Ages 18 and 34, LSAT +76. I chat GPT'd it. I grokked it. I never clawed it. I did not clawed it. I'm a numbers guy. But I never do the Claude. I don't like Claude. I don't fuck with Claude. It's like a women's name. It's a female name. I don't like it. Your mods are on a shitty banning streak, nuking people and handing out 7 dares. Let me guess. You, on your other sock account, came in here just to say, Hasan, are you white or are you not white? Because that's the fashionable thing to cry about today. Because you saw a fucking cynically cut, out of context YouTube video compilation on Twitter, and you wanted to come in here and advance that agenda so you could get me to answer it, so you could then clip something else out of context. And now you're mad because you were banned before you were able to do that on your other sock account. No, actually. Okay, so what was it? What was the issue that you brought up in your other sock account that probably got a 7-day ban? Go ahead. Or they were sexualizing a woman, or they were doing some fuck shit. The snitching and crying is so insane. AOC stuff. Pig Bodine 1996. Let's see. Dog, I am so glad you got banned. I want you to never be able to speak on this website ever again. You're disgusting. Yeah, that is the most worthwhile ban of all time. That is literally the most worthwhile ban of all time. You will never get unbanned in this community. Oh my God. Diddy Gers always turn up in here whenever Epstein has bad personal news. Court case not going well for the consent violator sex pest. Yeah, I know. It's been the past 6 years. Anytime he the way it works is the sex pest cult leader who doesn't have that big of a community, especially any longer, but it's large enough to gain momentum and can latch on to other much larger communities that also fucking hate me for ideological reasons, will try to redirect the attention away from him because he'll go on and he'll be like, oh, I don't know, ran over a cat or something in a car and it was caught on video. And then I said, I did it on purpose. I'm just making up a hypothetical. Instantly, his community will be like, why did you run over this cat? Do you fucking hate cats? Do you want to kill cats? And he'll be like, hey guys, actually Hasan hates cats. He's actually murdered an entire litter of little kitties. And then his audience like that will be like, oh my God, I can't believe you said this truthful thing. I forgot all about the cat that you might have murdered that I saw on camera. And now I'm just going to imagine in my world that Hasan is actually murdering litters of kitten and immediately go to his community and start advancing this fucking idiotic argument that Hasan has actually murdered entire litters of kittens. This is how it works every single time. This is a totally hypothetical scenario. This didn't actually happen in the real world, But basically, that's how it works. Literally, he's in an active court case for revenge porn. Okay, numerous victims have come out. He's been doing this court battle for almost a year and a half now. Okay, he constantly says he's going to win the court case any day now, and obviously, it hasn't gone the way he wanted it to go. And that's the reason why they will literally, his entire community will constantly say oh, Hasan did this too. No, I didn't. Okay. Here is great evidence that I didn't do this. I'm not in a fucking legal battle currently with numerous victims. The fuck are you talking about? No, of course I didn't do that. Yeah, the guy that has a legal document calling him a pedophile proceeded to just slander me and say I'm a pedophile instead. Yeah, no, actually, that's not the case, okay? It's not. And it's so fucking successful for his cult and also numerous other edge communities, orbiter communities that make content off of just straight up lying about me, okay? Because they've all decided that like I am the figurehead of all things woke, all things related to the Democratic Party, all things related to SJWs, all things related to the left. They have designed this universe where like I'm responsible for every little thing that has happened. Okay, a girl actually hurt your feelings and didn't reciprocate when you showed them interest. Oh, this is feminism. Who's responsible for the feminism? Hasan Piker. It literally is the most insane experience that I've ever encountered. That's why, like, my haters don't fucking behave normal. They just lose their damn minds for some reason. I feel like this would be better illustrated with a video board. We want you to do better. What is this bad example when this is your response to seeing a cat? It's not. The female validation thing literally happened the other day. What is this?
Last night before I went to sleep, I posted this meme. And it just said, if Hasan Piker texted me not to go through with it on my wedding day, I'd 100% bail. And this photo of stupid, sexy Hasan. And this morning, I woke up to thousands of men screaming my name across threads. And now I guess it's made it to Twitter. And threatening me in my DMs to come find me. But trust me, it gets funnier. The first and laziest thing that happened, obviously, was guys like this one taking my profile picture, ranking me like a 4 out of 10 void, and then getting ratioed by me so hard that he had to delete everything he put up. And the most common insult I usually see about myself is these guys commenting on my literally Greek god chiseled jawline. I simply like to respond, pointing out that I understand why my jaw definition confuses them. But then I posted this video, obviously addressing the elephant in the room, which is all these men are only screaming, crying, throwing up over my crush on Hasan Piker because they actually thought it could be them up at the altar with me. And then they tried to screen grab this exact photo of me to get that trending as the ugly photo of me. Honestly, at this point, I felt so bad for them that I was just gonna offer them alternatives since they insisted on only taking the hottest photos of me known to man. And once again, they took these and started spreading.
Yeah, this is the OG Hasanabi Productions, by the way. I'm glad that he's back at his roots. Back in the day, Hasanabi Productions made a living as a teacher, by the way, which is insane. I don't even know if he still teaches. Okay. Probably does. Right. This motherfucker's a teacher and he's also kind of a stud, but that's besides the point. Anyway, Hasanabi Productions literally made a living farming every time any woman on the internet said anything remotely positive about me, he would make gooner edits. Okay. And he would get millions. I mean, millions of views. So it's really funny to see him get back to the old roots. Okay. We had to literally tell him to stop. Any interaction with a girl, he'd be like, this woman falls in love with Hasan Piker. Yeah, look at his fucking stupid ass banner still. Hasanabi slips up at the Streamer Awards. Wow, Hassan and Quinlan Blackwell feed starving influencers. Damn, these did so well. What the fuck? I got to get back to like regular reacts. Hasan gets exposed. I thought he was from your team. Fuck no. Hasan gets a threesome proposal. 600,000 views 4 years ago. Get back to your roots. Oh, this one. I had e-girls carry me in Warzone. 571,000 views. That's to this day the highest performing gaming video of all time in all of the content that I've done across the board. This is the clip that made me charitable to you because I too wanted Riz. And now I'm farming fish in offline chat. Fuck my life. The Hasanabi Haas Mods compilation is crazy. 5 years ago. Anyway. You say that every time and all we get is situation monitoring. We need reacts to regular crimes. Like, when was the last time we watched a car chase live on stream? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's finish this video.
So I don't actually think you hate me as much as you all claim you do. You're in my DMs threatening me because you're actually so delusional. You believed that you could have had a chance at being up at that altar with me someday, and I had to shatter that by making a joke about how I will always choose Hasan above you.
Hasan has this open on one of his tabs right now, and he'll probably cover it later. That's crazy. Y'all are ops. Anyway, let's get back to the situation at hand. Okay, that used to be the type of content that we would pull off here. Nowadays, not so much. Okay, nowadays, not so much. Okay, nowadays we're doing situation monitoring, straight of Hormuz, no gay of Hormuz, just Hormuzi. Is it open? Is it not open? Is it porous? Is there oil? Is it oiled up? That kind of thing, okay? This is the #1 broadcast for commodity traders, okay? Commodity traders, unite! Okay, I'm a numbers guy now, okay? So, what is this? This is my highest viewed clip of you that I have. This literally has 700 views, chatter. Why are you sending me that? Okay. And it's not even on YouTube. It's a clip that you clipped off the stream on Twitch. Okay. So that's it, bro. I'm not showing you to my girlfriend. Man, I am not a threat to your girlfriend unless your girlfriend is an executive at a private healthcare company and is worried about unbelievable returns year over year, increasing shareholder value. Okay. That's the only thing I'm a threat to. Unless your girlfriend is the nation state of Israel, she does not have to worry. Unless your girlfriend is somehow working for, I don't know, one of these like lobbying arms of corporations or the nation state of Israel, you don't have to worry about that, okay? And even at most, you know, they're just going to lose their job. That's the biggest threat that they got. My man, you're getting Fox News for this? Yes, no, I'm a threat to the bottom line, okay? Not a threat to anyone's life or anything, just a threat to their bottom line. Okay. So, Sahil Kapoor says, looking like a blunder for third way, and the Dem moderators turn to focus the race on Hassan the Hun, giving Abdullah Said a bigger megaphone to amplify his message. Primary still 3 months away. I don't think this was a blunder. Consider the possibility that third way doesn't want to support moderates. If they can get a maximalist like Stevens, they are fine with the Republicans. Okay. I really, really, really hope, I will say this, I really hope that my girl boss, my slay queen, Haley Stevens, does not drop out. Okay. I will say we should not be silencing feminine, female presenting, girl boss, women voices. Okay. I'm just trying to cover all the bases here. We should not. We should keep women on the ballot. Okay. I am obviously a feminist. I'm obviously a feminist. I'm never going to be caught dead criticizing a feminist icon like Haley Stevens, who has a brilliant platform and has proven to be a true leader. We need her in the race because she's definitely going to win people. Haley Stevens for Senate. That's, yeah, I wanted to mention that. I know Emma Vigeland is also on it as well. She says there's going to be a lot of pressure on Haley Stevens to drop out of the race, which is typical of the Bernie bro left that always wants to see women fail. Personally, I would feel betrayed as a woman if she doesn't hang in there and see this thing through. Yeah. just so we're clear, you know, I think that these girl bosses should figure out who's the best possible candidate, you know, and they should stick through the entire way, especially because, you know, who knows who will be the most loyal to Israel out of these two different girl bosses, right? Like, who's going to be sufficiently loyal to Israel? What Kami says, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. So yeah, woke bombs only. $50 gifteds for the girl bosses. Thank you. Wish I could vote for both of these lovely ladies. Yeah. Well, I guess if you're living in the state of Michigan and you're thinking like, who can I vote for? I think the true feminist option would be to vote for Abdul El-Sayed, because picking one woman over the other is really pitting women against women. So it's probably the best option that you have at your disposal to vote for Abdul El-Sayed, right? Because it's honestly sexist to vote for one woman over the other, right? This is a huge problem, so you should probably vote for Abdul El-Sayed. That would be the real girly pop nation vote. Yeah. Hashtag I'm with him. They're going to do another Klobuchar Warren dual endorsement. Yeah. Yeah, women hate it when you compare them to other women. That's what they've told me. I'm a feminist. I listen to women. Okay. Emma Vigeland, also a woman. Listen to women. Feminism. W feminism. Okay. Figures you'd pivot like this, dressed like feminist icon Ron Burgundy. Okay. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a women's guy. Okay. I'm a women's guy. I can't vote for one woman over another woman. I need to vote for the man in this race because I would never pit myself women over women. We don't like that. We don't like to make a choice like this. Very difficult. Sophie's Choice, another woman. Her name is Sophie. I didn't watch the movie. I only watched Game of Thrones. This is why I don't ask Cloud. This is why I don't ask Cloud. I only chat GPT it. I only grok it. Okay, you got to grok it. You can't chat GPT it. Maybe you can chat GPT it, but you definitely don't Claude it, because Claude is a woman. You're making a woman work for no reason. Okay, we do not use Claude. I call her Claudia. Okay, we do not use Claude because I'm a numbers guy. We don't want to make the women's use the numbers. Yeah, speaking of is my Pat is my Patrick Bet David getting better? Are you value-tained? Are you getting value-tained? Listen, I built a multi-billion-dollar empire, okay? A lot of people say it's a multi-level marketing scheme. It's not, okay? I was in the Marines. I was in the military. I love the United States of America. I became a Christian, okay? I became a Christian, and now all I do is value-tain people. This is my life. But yeah, centrist libs still desperately trying to make the argument that a Muslim doctor who's dedicated his life to Medicare for all is unelectable in Michigan. They were professionally wrong when they complain about Abdul campaigning with me. They're still professionally wrong. Have some humility is what I said to Trey Easton, John Fetterman's very own. Trey Easton from John Fetterman, okay? That is how he should be known. I would genuinely have far less heartburn about Abdul's candidacy if he demonstrated an ability to, 1, get elected to anything previously, 2, excite anyone who didn't already agree with him. This isn't Twitch, it's real life. If Abdul is the nominee, then I'll happily use my little corner of the internet to champion him because I recognize he's far better than the alternative. But he's more or less running a smug factionalist campaign and he's untested in a tough race. His candidacy is risky. I love that these guys who are unironically engaging in factionalism against the left flank, that is unbelievably exciting for the voters that normally don't vote for the Democratic Party. They are actively doing factionalism while claiming that there is factionalism in mind. Abdul El-Sayed didn't say a single damn thing about Mallory McMorrow or even Haley Stevens for that matter. Mallory McMorrow was the one who came out and was like, oh, you're hanging out with a fucking Twitch streamer? Well, that seems a lot like you're engaging in terrorism. Why are you hanging out with the Nick Fuentes of the left? That's what Mallory McMorrow said. And she didn't just say that on any random channel. She went to the propaganda arm of AIPAC, Jewish Insider, with an exclusive interview to reveal that message. Now that shit fucking backfired on her spectacularly, as I told you it would, and these motherfuckers who highlighted that narrative over and over again, thinking that it was actually going to work out, thinking that it was actually going to tarnish Abdul El-Sayed's reputation amongst the base, are still not showing a semblance of humility, a crumb of humility. It's unbelievable, dude. It's crazy. This is how it started. Mallory McMorrow on Hasan Piker in an interview with the Jewish Insider. It is somebody who says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes. Piker is a provocateur, to put it lightly, who says things are misogynistic and anti-Semitic and said that the United States deserved 9/11. McMorrow in seeking the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in Michigan. I had no smoke for McMorrow before this either, by the way. I didn't. It's so crazy that these people are so shameless in the way that they operate. And then they turn around and go, oh shit, I threw hands. And then it turns out it didn't fucking work. And now we're trying to put the toothpaste back in the fucking tube. What was Trey Easton doing when this came out? Highlighting this message. And the funniest part about it is they genuinely don't even want to recognize that this failed. Okay, they're still looking for alternative reasons as to why this campaign spectacularly backfired. And now people don't want to, and people actually heard about Abdul El-Sayed for the first time. And they were like, I actually like what I hear. I like what he is bringing to the table. He's exactly my kind of guy. He's very exciting for young voters, voters that left the goddamn party, young male voters. On a fucking Democratic Party Senate primary race in a midterm election, you got an incredible amount of youth voters activated, and the Democrats are like, we don't like this, actually. We don't want this. We don't want this. This is scary. What we need is the 65-year-olds. Yeah, the 65-year-olds are going to vote for the Democrat. It's a fuck Trump election. What are you talking about? We both know that those guys are already locked in. They're going to vote for whatever Democrat is presented in front of them. John Favreau says third way bump. And of course, Matt Bennett goes, so was it just us attacking Hasan Piker in the Wall Street Journal op-ed, or you elevating him on stage and your pod that has moved the voters in Michigan, John? Also, why would that be a bad thing? Why would John Favreau think that's a bad thing in general? Well, Matt, considering he was on stage a year ago and then appeared recently on in response to your op-ed, as well as your press stunt where you called on Abdul to condemn Piker and pulled Mallory into the controversy as well, you tell me what was more likely. Just glad you guys are having an impact and focused on what's important. Oh, come on. You featured him. You don't think it's important that Dems not campaigning with people with vile views? Well, we disagree. And we didn't pull Mallory into anything. She joined Stevens and Slotkin and saying that Abdul El-Sayed shouldn't campaign with him. She was right to do it. It's so funny that he's saying we're focusing on what's important. And guys, what's important for not just Michigan voters, but voters all around the country is whether or not a centrist Democrat or a left flank Democrat is campaigning with a fucking Twitch streamer. Okay? I think your views are vile. And guess what? The overwhelming majority of voters also agree with me on this. Okay? Your views are actually vile. You celebrate Benjamin Netanyahu. You celebrate an undying allegiance with the nation state of Israel, a state that has taken $380 billion in economic aid from the United States of America, a state that has been able to do a genocide and maintain an apartheid for 80 plus fucking years at this point, with our support, with our aid, with our weapons. A nation state whose foreign policy goals in the region, the advancement of the greater Israeli project, is seemingly more important than America's own foreign policy goals right now. A nation state that is perhaps most responsible for Americans paying $100 more for a tank of gas in the United States of America. That's what the Americans are looking at right now. That's what they're feeling. They're feeling an almost 4% bump in prices as a direct consequence of the quagmire that America got into. Who brought them into that quagmire? Israel did. And we know that not because of some anti-Semitic conspiracy, but we know that because Israel admitted that they were primarily invested in blowing up Iran. They've admitted it for fucking 40 years at this point. Benjamin Netanyahu personally did. And so did Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, Lindsey Graham, and numerous other Republicans. Michael Penis, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. He also said, yeah, we're going into the war with Iran because of Israel, because they thought that this was going to be a quick, rapid fire, in and out campaign. It failed. And now everyone knows the truth. And when presented with the devastating economic impact for the guy who was supposed to fix the goddamn prices, here's what Donald Trump had to say.
Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
They were asked, what do you have to say to the people whose financial situations are not great, like people that were motivated to vote for you to fix their finances? Let's see what Donald Trump had to say.
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only.
Great. Fantastic. Third way, we'll look at this and go, you know what the most important what the most important method in defeating Republicans is right now? Getting fucking Democrats to condemn Hasan Piker and his audience. Okay? There it is, bro. This guy is delivering you a fucking electoral gift every goddamn day. This man is the president. And he's like, nope, don't care about the American finances at all. Don't care that they're fucking suffering. What I care about is actually advancing the interests of Israel and waging this fucking war against Iran. So Israel has no impediment to advancing the greater Israeli project, the greater Israel project. Incredible. What is this? Hasan Piker is becoming the litmus test for some these centrist Democrats, and they're realizing it in real time. I don't think they're realizing it. Or at least they're trying to fucking stop it before it becomes a significant problem for them. Anyway, we're going to get to Trump and we're going to get to situation monitoring in a second. But here's Abdul playing Let's Play This or That, where you'll notice he hits a classic Hasanabi line in the end of this video. I know. I saw. Can you encourage people to call about this? I just called Josh Gottheimer about what? Josh Buttheimer. Call his office and demand that he debate me instead of fucking shitting on me from behind the New York Times' opinion editorial pages. He can talk to me in person. You know, I'm a son of New Jersey myself.
Say it, and today we're playing This or That.
University of Michigan or Michigan State?
Michigan.
Twitter or TikTok?
Instagram. I'm a millennial.
DTE or Consumers Energy?
Jeez. Neither. I want to pit them against each other.
Spring or fall?
Fall.
Michiganders or
Michiganders. Enough with the Michiganians. It's ridiculous. Sounds like aliens.
Beach or lake?
Like, beach at a lake.
Spotify or Apple Music?
Apple Music.
Texting or calling?
Younger than me texting, older than me calling.
Movie date or dinner date?
Dinner date.
AirPods or corded headphones?
AirPods.
Lifting or cardio?
Lifting. What? Is that even a question? What would you said if I said cardio?
Hot or iced coffee?
Iced.
Public option or Medicare for all?
Medicare for all, please. Fago.
Bad Boy Pistons or Ben Wallace Pistons?
Bad Boy Pistons.
Detroit or everybody?
Detroit.
Okay, up north or West Michigan?
Sophie's choice. West Michigan. Cat definitely disagrees.
Coney or Detroit style pizza?
Detroit style pizza.
Eastern Market or Belle Isle?
Eastern Market.
Alba or Anthology?
Egg sandwich at Alba, coffee at Anthology. Sorry.
M&M or Kid Rock?
M&M.
Medicine or surgery?
Public health.
Sunscreen or retinol?
Sunscreen. OG.
Michael Jordan or LeBron James?
Michael Jordan. I'm a millennial. Come on. I love you, LeBron. We're the same age, but like, not the GOAT. Sorry.
Saturday or Sunday?
Friday.
Koshari or Omali?
Koshari.
Rotisserie chicken or shawarma?
Rotisserie chicken for the macros, shawarma for the taste.
Megan Thee Stallion or Klay Thompson?
Megan Thee Stallion, because I know she's gonna win. Klay Thompson, his record's mixed.
Ninja Turtles or Power Rangers?
Ninja Turtles, every day.
Air Force Ones or Air Max 90s?
Air Max 90s.
MJ
Good
or
choice.
MJ.
John Fetterman or Lindsey Graham?
At least Lindsey Graham is honest about who he is. John Fetterman's an ogre.
Oh, that's funny. He said Jordan over LeBron. Yeah, he's old, man. He's unk. What do you mean? Like, of course. Oh my God, a person who's over the age of 40 chose Jordan over LeBron. Stop the presses. Like, what are you talking about? That's literally, that is like peak elder phillennial take. Like, what are you talking about? I happen to be in the middle, closer to a zillennial than I am a elderly millennial. And that's the reason why I'm a LeBron truther, of course. You don't understand. There's like a big generational gap between Gen Z as well, inside of Gen Z, where the older Gen Z are normal. There's zillennial Gen Z. They're much more normal than like the younger Gen Z. I'm sorry, no disrespect to the young Gen Z in here, but some of y'all are fucking, some of y'all's age group are fucking insane. I think COVID, it's like the COVID victims versus the ones that got lucky. The clavicular contingency, the ones that watch like kick.tv versus with Gen Z. I think that divide is not young Gen Z versus old Gen Z. It's young Gen Z that watches kick.tv and older Gen Z that watched me instead. Okay. Like, did you get hooked on the Andrew Tate pivot? Or were you on the other side of it? Okay. If you were older, you watched me during 2020 and you became a normal guy, a fully functioning guy. Okay. If you were too young and you thought, I was unk and I wasn't like talking about things that were interesting enough, then you unfortunately got hit with the wave of Andrew Tate and Kick TV. Hasan Piker's critics have totally lost their minds. Is this this is just the third way one. This is, dude, Kyle's video on the new Abdul El Sayed poll is going to do LeBron numbers. Okay. And I don't mean LeBron last night. Okay. This is Dark Woke General is attacking the evil forces of centrist Democrats. Before you come to Vancouver, understand that we're pissed. It's time to build. Steel, concrete, and code. Feds and TELUS announced 3 AI data centers in BC. Oh, God. Oh, Mark Carney. God, you are such a disappointment. I mean, it was expected. Liz Smith attacking Abdul. Politico hit a piece out. Brutal. Yeah. Someone give me that quote again. Someone give me the full quote of Abdul's credentials from the hit piece. I'm going to just copy paste the fucking... Actually, I'm just going to screenshot it. I'm going to screenshot the hit piece that came out on Abdul. The part of the hit piece that just shows his fucking credentials. Okay, I'm going to grok it. I'm going to chat GPT it. I'm going to grok it. Okay. Hold on. From this hit piece. I need a Rob. I need a numbers guy. I need a Vinny to pull the data. He eliminated the medical debt of 300K Michiganders. I said, Liz, you can't be this desperate. Here's a paragraph from this hit piece that talks about Abdul's credentials in public health. He eliminated the medical debt of 300K Michiganders. Yeah, I got the qualifications. You can't both be unk status and a zillennial, man. There's a bridge too far and ridiculous. Pick up a lane, you thief of valor. Okay. Holy fuck. What? Trump had one of the worst mental health episodes last night. Posting over 55 times in 3 hours. Here's the list. 55? 55? Hey, have you endorsed Ramsey Robinson for governor? I, unfortunately, for all of the Ramsey Robinson fans, have not endorsed Ramsey Robinson for governor. He seems to be a great guy. I like him. But no, I have not endorsed him. And I don't think Ramsey Robinson has a remote possibility of winning the gubernatorial race. This is like when you wake up at 5 a.m. Yeah, it's true. Bro, you've done like 54 before recently. Calm down, Unk. This is like Ethan Klein posting fucking 55 times in 3 hours is crazy. It's worse than Ethan Klein, honestly. Madeline Pencil is going to come for you now. Yeah, Liz tried smearing Abdul a few weeks ago by saying he scrubbed his pro defund the police tweets from his Twitter account. She's getting desperate. I know. Like, I can't think of a worse line of attack, dude. It's so funny. Everything that they're doing, I almost don't want to fucking call them out because everything that they're doing unintentionally boosts Abdul. First, they were like, oh, he's aligning with this like very prominent critic of Israel. Isn't that dangerous? And everyone was like, well, I fucking hate Israel. I like this guy now. Now they're literally saying this guy who is a fucking Rhodes Scholar, who literally is a doctor, who went to a very prestigious medical school in the state, University of Michigan, okay, who then went and got a degree, a PhD in fucking public health as well on top of that from Oxford University as a Rhodes Scholar, who then also worked for the Detroit Health Department, okay? Like, why are you boosting his profile? It's so funny. I know the idea is never interrupt your enemies when they're making a mistake, but it's just so funny that they just keep cooking these things up. What's next? Abdul Al-Sayed is only capable of bench pressing 3 plates, not 4. Is that what we're going to do next? We're going to be like, Abdul Al-Sayed is only capable of doing 3 plates on the bench press. Is he even strong enough to defeat Mike Rogers? Okay, how many fucking plates can Mike Rogers bench? It's so funny. They just keep literally using the worst avenues of attack. In 2020, I thought you were a pussy. Post October 7, 23. Been watching you every day and steadily becoming more pussy like you, which is good because it's the way, Mandalorian style. Okay. However way it rocks your boat. I will say one thing about like being called a pussy, by the way. A lot of these guys, well, first of all, it's toxic masculinity. Okay. First of all, let me just say that we're not pussies here. We're pussy too.
And pussy too.
That's right. Okay. Pussy's so good, we invented a second type.
And pussy too.
Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2, and pussy too. Okay. A lot of these guys on the right will be like, oh, the left is so soy. The left is so soy. You know what I think is fucking soy? Constantly complaining about cancel culture. Okay. For the longest time, I was thinking about this. This is a shower thought from earlier. I was thinking about this. So many of the biggest content creators and so many of the biggest comics, beloved comedians, beloved podcasters, especially ones that have like firmly planted themselves as fixtures of information and maybe even misinformation on the right, Joe Rogan and the like, have made careers off of crying about cancel culture for the past decade. I think at this stage, I've received a Joe Rogan level cancellation, a Joe Rogan level, quote unquote cancellation. Now I'm putting air quotes around the cancellation statement for one good reason. And that's because I think it's totally fucking fake. Okay. It's just annoying, right? It's just annoying. Cancel culture is fucking annoying. And yes, there are opportunities that are taken away from you when you are yelled at by mainstream news, by mainstream media, by all these prestigious institutions. But I've been literally up and down the ringer in ways that Ricky Gervais never did, right? What's the worst way to be canceled? It's to be smeared as an anti-Semite. Anti-Semitism is the only kind of woke that is acceptable. It's bipartisan wokeness, okay? It's the only DEI that the Republicans are on board with, right? And I've been getting called an anti-Semite, a fucking terrorist, an Islamic terrorist for years at this point. And now it's not just Fox News that's calling me an anti-Semite. It's even CNN that's calling me a fucking anti-Semite, right? And what have I done? Have I cried about it? Do I go, oh my God, I'm canceled. How could they do this to me? No, I just tell you how it is. It's fucking bullshit. They have no emotion. Just say the goddamn truth. Meanwhile, all these other guys that have presented themselves as tough guys on the internet, all they've done is fucking cry. All they've done is fucking cry about cancel culture. That's how they farmed such massive audiences. Real people get canceled all the time in ways that are significant. Comedians and podcasters don't. Or even if they are quote unquote soft canceled, hard canceled, or whatever, they have a much higher runway to recover from. Okay? Sure, maybe they get some endorsements revoked in the process. Sure, they make, $9 million a year instead of $12 million a year. Boo fucking who? You know who actually gets goddamn canceled? The guy who works at fucking Jiffy Lube. Okay? That's the guy who actually loses their job, and sometimes for good reason, and sometimes not for such great reasons, right? But comedians and like unbelievably wealthy and unbelievably influential people, they are the ones who are able to get your very real fears. If you're working class and you're worried about letting your political perspective be known, if you're trying to unionize in your workplace, if you're trying to make sure that you have a fair contract that you can bargain for, okay? to make sure that, your workplace isn't supporting Israel, for example. If you're a real ordinary stiff, an average Joe, a real working class guy, you will actually get fucking canceled. You will have your life ruined. These celebrities, on the other hand, myself included, right? We're in an unbelievably privileged position. I have no respect for motherfuckers who constantly complain about this shit, okay? As someone, and I think now I can say this, as someone who has been on the receiving end of a barrage of cancellation attempts from both the right for years and years, and also from now even a lot of institutional liberal center-left publications, I can tell you these deplatforming efforts can sometimes work. But at the end of the day, us content creators are in a profoundly privileged position, okay? We're in an unbelievably privileged position. As opposed to regular folks, ordinary folks, who do get fucking canceled for doing the right thing in their workplaces every single fucking day, okay? So yeah, which one of us is a real pussy? The guy who fucking cries about not being able to receive an Emmy that he thinks he deserves, like fucking Bill Maher. Okay, look, this is the funniest.
People sometimes want to say cancel. Oh, people aren't canceled because they're still doing this or that. There are different gradations of it. There's soft canceling. I would say I've had some of that happen to me.
Like what?
Soft canceling would be like, we will never give you an Emmy, even though plainly I deserved them.
Yeah. Oh, no, dude. I can't believe it. Yeah, I got canceled too, man. They're not giving me a fucking Oscar. I'm not even in a movie, but I deserve it. Yeah, David Cross is just holding it in. This is the most anyone has ever held it in, okay? That's what it reads like to me when fucking unbelievably wealthy celebrities who have millions of dollars working for billion-dollar institutions complain about cancel culture. That's what it feels like to me, okay? That's what it feels like to me when Joe Rogan complains about cancel culture for a decade and then gets a $200 million contract from Spotify. Yeah, I'm canceled. This chat has said, I'm canceled. Dua Lipa won't date me. Yeah. It's just so ridiculous, okay? You are an out-of-touch loser. You're a fucking dork. You're an unbelievably privileged guy for complaining about this shit. I would argue that being smeared as a terrorist is worse than anti-Semite. Being an anti-Semite is not exactly a crime. The other one entails legal persecution. Mainstream media hasn't yet done PDF smears, but there are a shit ton of losers on Twitter who smear you with the PDF allegations too. Joe Rogan has never been canceled on the levels you have. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Joe Rogan has been considered a misinformation agent by mainstream media. That's why I was saying, like, my level of mainstream media coverage at this point reaches that same standard, right? When you get hit by, I mean, even Joe Rogan was still being defended by Fox News at that point. I'm not getting defended by any fucking liberal or left media, right? Because there's no such thing as like institutional media that is on the left. Let's be real. MSNBC, now known as MS Now, is never going to fucking go out the bat to defend me in any way, shape, or form. They can't even have me on their shows. Not that I want to go on their shows, but it's, you know, if you're wondering why I'm never on any of these fucking, mainstream media TV shows, there's a reason for it. Because some of those producers literally are like, oh, this guy's a dangerous anti-Semite. We're going to get fucking yelled at. Okay? Being openly anti-imperialist, being openly anti-Zionist is far, far, far worse than being anti-trans by the eyes of mainstream media, okay? Let's be fucking real. But I'm not going to sit here and complain about it. Okay? Just say the truth. Who cares? People will fucking hear you. Yeah. Look, you want to see cancellation? I just saw they edited the Metro Times Detroit article a little bit. Previously, there was an affirmative statement that you have repeatedly denounced anti-Semitism in the first pick. The editor then changed it to saying I dispute being anti-Semitic in the second pick. It follows weeks from attacks from rivals, the centrist Democratic establishment, and the mainstream media over El Sayed's decision to campaign with Hasan Piker, a popular left-wing streamer and a vocal critic of U.S. support for Israel, whom some have accused of anti-Semitism. Piker has repeatedly denounced anti-Semitism. The attacks appear to have backfired spectacularly. That was in the original reporting from Metro Times. The editor came in and hit the fucking edit on it. It follows weeks after attacks from rivals, the centrist Democratic establishment and the mainstream media over Al Sayed's decision to campaign with Hasan Piker, popular left-wing streamer, and a vocal critic of U.S. support for Israel, who has faced anti-Semitism accusations he strongly disputes. The first one was infinitely more honest, which is why they edited it. This is how it works. This seems minor, but this is how you create an environment of volatility around a particular individual, an environment that is constantly reinforcing itself little by little. Okay? This is how you manufacture consent. This is how you manufacture controversy. This is how the media works. A big part of my job is to explain to you how this stuff works. We rarely ever get to see it in real time, though. You have a journalist who probably saw my, many denunciations of anti-Semitism and chose to put it in the article. And then you had an editor that went, no, that's not how this goes. We have to present him as a dangerous anti-Semite because he's an avowed anti-Zionist. Anyway, can you please specify that you're talking about the racist or even some Republicans or MAGA or not at all? My mom is finally coming around, but can't get past the all MAGA hogs comments, even if you're talking about the fuck-ass politicians. Literally had her agreeing with you on talking points about affordability and helping vets and everyday Americans. Yes, when I'm talking about MAGA, I'm usually talking about the politicians, but I'm also talking about people who offer cult-like loyalty and support to Donald Trump. Some of them are hogs, you know? It's just the truth. Anyway. Jewish Insider is saying the DSA is trying to... Wait, what? Breaking. Jewish Insider via Mark Rod. DSA is evil, trying to drive Jews out of polite society, DC Jewish leader says. Fuentes Piker, Hitler, Stalin, anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, fascism, communism, right-wing evil, left-wing evil. There is perhaps no historic figure, okay? I'm about to say something really frustrating for a lot of folks to hear. Numbers on the board. Stalin liberated the concentration camps, okay? More concentration camps than the Western flank ever did. Now, that is partially because of the proximity to the Red Army and its conquest in the direction of Berlin, but it's objectively true. The only reason why people do this Holocaust revisionist nonsense, okay, is because most people don't know the truth. This is an accurate reflection of historical events. You can complain about the things that Stalin has done. You can complain about the collectivization initiatives. You can complain about the famine, okay? But numbers on the board, this double Holocaust theory is One that was initially incepted by the fucking Nazis in the immediate aftermath of World War II. Okay? How fucking ridiculous. Yeah, obviously, Zhukov famously said, "We liberated Europe from fascism, but they will never forgive us for it." And it's true. And it's fucking true. I need a history lesson because what? Wait, what? You didn't know that Stalin liberated more concentration camps than the American side did? The Red Army was the ultimate Nazi killing machine. The Nazis and their collaborators would run to the American forces because they were fucking terrified to be captured by the Soviets. Okay? Are you kidding me? They would literally run to the American side. The Nazis would run to the Americans. And perhaps they were right to do so because we all know what happened in West Germany. Americans put the Nazis back in charge, elevated some Nazi generals to the highest ranks. They put them in NATO. Stalin was just as bad. We learned that Stalin was very bad. Stalin was just as bad as Hitler. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. It is objectively untrue. It's unbelievably disrespectful. It's also just not true, okay? There are many things that you can criticize Stalin over. You can say he's paranoid. You could say there was tremendous repression, maybe some growing pains, but a lot of excesses nonetheless. Russification initiatives that were an abject failure, okay? Collectivization initiatives that led to widespread famine, mismanagement. But there's one thing you can never say about Joseph Stalin, and that is that he was in any way, shape, or form the equivalent of Adolf fucking Hitler. Okay? He was the great Nazi annihilator. Never forget that. That is the truth. Do not be afraid. I'm the colonel in the Soviet army and a Jew. We have come to liberate you. You know what the funniest part about it is? The Nazis would always say, this is cultural Bolshevism or Judeo-Bolshevism, not cultural Bolshevism. Judeo-Bolshevism, they said, just like the Nazis now say Islamo-communism. Okay? That's what they used to say. The association was that the Soviets were Jews. They killed white people. You know, millions of white people were murdered in the revolution. The modern version of Judeo-Bolshevism is cultural Marxism. That's the way that these reactionaries now refer to it as. Or they say Islamo-leftism in France, Islamo-gauchism, or they say Islamo-communism, things like that. The in-group, out-group dynamic has changed a little bit, right? The idea that there is any fucking equivocation, any equivalence between Stalin and Hitler is fucked up. It's unbelievable. I don't even make that equivalence between Churchill and Hitler. Okay? And Churchill implemented a deliberate famine. And even then, there is no equivalence between Churchill and Adolf Hitler. Even if Churchill and Hitler had a lot of shared ideals about the superiority of certain groups that Stalin certainly did not have. Even then, there is no equivalence. There is no equivalence whatsoever between Adolf Hitler and any in the Allied front. Okay? Yeah, Churchill was a fucking hugely racist guy. Are you kidding me? Read anything that he's ever written, and you will very quickly arrive at the conclusion that it was genuinely shocking that he aligned not with the Nazis, but against the Nazis. Okay? But there's no equivalence between Adolf Hitler and Churchill either. None whatsoever. Stalin analysis from an old Georgian man. Oh yeah, this is really funny. Stalin shot my great grandfather, sir. Stalin was a great man. He wouldn't have killed your grandpa without reason.
No.
He probably deserved it, right? Listen, again, this is not a defense of the excesses. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just simply talking about the comparison between Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin. There is no comparison, okay? Oh, I saw this clip. Finkelstein comparing Abe Foxman to Hitler. I'm not going to do that right as Abe Foxman died. I'm not trying to get on fucking Fox News, okay? Norm is the son of Holocaust survivors, okay? He takes certain liberties that I myself, as a man by the name of Hasan, who has been getting called an anti-Semite, a vicious anti-Semite, cannot take with my language. Yeah. Norm is, in some ways, the OG edgy poster. In many ways, actually. You drew BB as Hitler? Yeah, I mean, I can do that. Yeah, that's it endlessly more appropriate. So, yeah. How the fuck do we get to Stalin liberating the camps? Oh, because I read one reply and it bricked me. So yeah, let's move on from this. We'll look at Trump's manic posting in a second. Later, we looked at Abdullah Sayed's attack ad or attack hit piece from Politico that says he's incredibly credentialed, perhaps one of the most credentialed Democrats to ever exist. It's so ridiculous. Dude, some of the candidates that I'm like promoting are such fucking studs. Like Hamawi is another one where it's like, yeah, good luck, dude. Good luck shitting on Adam fucking Hamawi, okay? Guy who has consistently put himself in the line of fire to save the lives of innocents. Guy who saved the life of Tammy Duckworth, okay? An absolute fucking lion of a man. Good luck. Good luck saying, oh, you haven't served your country, Adam Hamawi, as a combat medic who saved the life of Tammy Duckworth, okay? It's incredible. You are promoting more America lovers than you? Yes, because I love the promise of America, okay? At the end of the day, that's what it is. I love the promise of America. I love the opportunity that America could show the rest of the world. I hate that we squander that opportunity because we are so primarily invested. We are so primarily invested in advancing the interests of corporations. Okay? It's very frustrating. It's also obviously very frustrating to see so many of these people say, oh, patriotism is when you are hateful to your neighbor, when you're hateful to your fellow man. Patriotism is when you engage in reactionary ideals. That's what patriotism is supposed to be about. Okay? For far too long, I think the reactionary movement has hijacked the concept of what America could be. It's unbelievably frustrating. It's hypocritical. It's untrue. Just like they've hijacked Christianity. Just like they've hijacked religion. It's always the same. Reactionaries get to own this space. They get to be the loudest fucking voices when the overwhelming majority of religious people are unbelievably kind people. Okay? I've met many people, many religious people, pious people who just want to help their neighbors. They're kind. They always extend a helping hand, even when they don't have anything, even when they have little to give. And then the only thing we learn about how religious people operate is these psychopathic evangelical Christian Zionists whose only expression of being religious is harming others. Okay? The same goes for loving America. Okay? America is the land of opportunity, but it's also the land of squandered opportunity. And part of that is because those who claim to love America, the loudest voices, they love the violence. They love the system that currently exists, that ruins the lives of so many people. These people don't love America. These people don't love Americans. These people just want power, or at least they want to be a part of a movement that they believe has power. Because at the end of the day, that movement also fucks them over as well, right? You think the guy living in a trailer park in West Virginia that hasn't had a good job since the mines closed has any power? No. So why is he on Team Republican? He's on Team Republican because that makes him feel powerful. It makes him feel powerful when he's harming those who he believes have less than he does. Okay? That is the underlying principle of bigoted belief. That is the underlying principle of reactionary thought. Constantly punching down to reassert your dominance over those who you feel you have power over. It's very frustrating. That's why I stand by my statements when I say Republicans are the number one America haters. If I hated America, I would vote Republican every election. Okay? If I hated America, if I hated America and Americans, who does more damage to Americans, material damage to Americans, than the Republican Party? No one comes close. Republicans are the biggest terrorists on the planet. Hasan, you don't respect God, buddy. My own personal beliefs play no role in this if you're talking about respecting religion, okay? I don't respect charlatans. I don't respect reactionaries. I just literally explained to you that I know many people who are very religious and very kind people. I don't respect people who bastardize religion, okay? I've never seen you be disrespectful of people's faith. Of course not. I defend people's religious liberty, even if I don't believe it. Okay? I grew up in Turkey with a fairly reactionary point on Islam. Okay? A fairly reactionary position on Islam. I always jokingly refer to my younger days as being a r/Reddit atheist, right? My attitude has shifted quite a bit since then. I'm very empathetic to those who believe in different things than I do. As long as they're not hurting anyone else, as long as they're not using their religion as a justification to harm others, then, go ahead, believe whatever you want to believe. I don't care. Anyway, What you did just now is really good. Always start with the body of the statement and then insert the expletives in the end. Then do dead air for a few seconds. This way mainstream media can't clip you out of context. Keep it up, King. Thank you. I didn't do it on purpose, but sure. All right. So we're going to do a brief hit on UK politics, Oibro politics, and then we're going to move on to diplomatic talks with Iran. So basically, it's back-to-back failures. First, the failures of Keir Starmer, also known as Kid Starver, in the UK. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer faces calls for resignation from his own party. And then we'll talk about the devastation in the Strait of Hormuz to the energy markets.
Party repeated this morning that he will not resign. Keir Starmer is being blamed for big losses in local elections last week. There was talk he would be challenged at a meeting this morning. That didn't happen. Chris Livesay has more.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer led Labour Party to a landslide victory in 2024. But less than 2 years later, Britain's economy is still struggling. Prices remain high, taxes are up, and people are unhappy with the performance of public services like the National Health Service. That frustration showed up in recent local elections where Labour lost support. One of the biggest winners, Nigel Farage and his anti-establishment Reform UK party. Starmer has also been bruised by his appointment of a longtime Labour figure with past ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
I should not have appointed Peter Mandelson. I take responsibility for that decision, and I apologise again to the victims of the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
And Starmer has faced criticism from President Trump, upset by his reluctance to support the Iran war.
This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
This week, Starmer acknowledged the voter pushback.
I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
The Prime Minister still has a large majority in Parliament, but that doesn't equal support from the public.
So he probably won't survive, but to be honest, I don't really care. Nothing ever changes, so yeah, good luck to him, I guess.
Now, in the UK parliamentary system, sometimes the biggest threat to a prime minister can come from within the prime minister.
UK folded. They're heading a multinational task force in the Gulf. Oh my God. Keir Starmer is doing suicide, career suicide, 100%. Oh my God. He's going to commit the UK Navy to an endless battle and then fucking resign right after. These people will literally dive on a grenade for Israel. Okay? Oh my God. He picked up marginal steam because he was at least standing in opposition to Donald Trump. I swear to God, they don't care about anything. It's I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's insane. Oh my God. This is the stranglehold that Israel and America has in these guys' foreign policy engineering is incredible. Israel, by way of America, is capable of making these unpopular leaders basically say, fuck it, I'm out anyway. I might as well do something nice on the way out. I might as well commit. There's no way it's real. Is this real? I got to look it up. I even for Keir Starmer, that seems unbelievable. Let's see. NavyLookout.com. Royal Navy USVS to be deployed. Operational debut in Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God. Why is this not? Prime Minister from Navy Lookout Here, this worked. I don't know why the other link didn't work. Prime Minister says UK and France to lead mission to restore shipping movement in the Strait of Hormuz. This is April 17th. Chatters. This is not a real confirmation. I think this is fake news. Go on the BBC. UK sends HMS Dragon to the Middle East for a potential Hormuz mission. The deployment May 12th. The deployment follows HMS Dragon's recent weapons and sensor trials at a NATO facility near Crete. Oh, Jesus. Okay, maybe it isn't fake news. Okay. They're trying to do the secretly will offer support shit, it seems. Where they're doing the same thing that they did with the Royal Air Force Base in Cyprus to Israel, where they're like, many of you can never say that the great work you're doing here, you will never be able to tell people the great work you've done here. Yeah, because it's a fucking war crime. You're aiding and abetting in a genocide. And this is not dissimilar. I mean, look, it's just one fucking destroyer. It's not that... It's not that significant. UK to contribute drones, jets, and warship to multinational mission. Oh my God. Oh my God, they are confirming it. Oh, it's real. It's not fake news. Oh my God.
Very much, Emmanuel. We just had a very productive meeting, bringing together 49 countries around a very simple message and proposition that the world needs the Strait of Hormuz fully open because that is how we keep prices down for our people and stop the global economic damage. So we've all agreed there was real unity in the meeting that we've just had. We want to see a return to talks and a lasting agreement, including...
This is from April 17th. This is when they initially announced it. But it does seem like they're actually following through because this is a government press release. Chatters. This was the initial announcement, April 17th. This is a current government press release from today. So they are committing. It's a token mission, not meaningful. UK promises jets, drones, and warship for Strait of Hormuz defense mission. This was May 10th. UK and France deploy warships towards Hormuz. Iran warns of decisive and immediate response. Britain is deploying HMS Dragon, a Type 45 air defense destroyer, to the Middle East to pre-position for a potential multinational mission. Oh, this could literally be that they're parking it and they're waiting for when the Strait of Hormuz opens. Like, you know how Trump says, oh, they're pussies, like they won't actually fight with us. They're just waiting for the strait to open so then they can like fake so that they can actually so that they can do like a fake posture after the ceasefire to aid the tankers transiting in an uncontested strait. That could possibly be the case here. But if they actually do edge in the direction of real multilateral cooperation, like a real multilateral commitment to militarily engaging the Iranian Navy in the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, that's going to push Iran to probably engage them militarily as well. I can't believe it. Iran responded today with its deputy foreign minister warning that the presence of French, British, or any other nation's warships in the Strait accompanying U.S. forces will be met with a decisive and immediate response from Iran's armed forces. Macron subsequently clarified at the press conference in Nairobi that France has never considered a deployment to the Strait itself. There was never any question of a deployment, but we are ready, he said. Adding to the joint UK-France mission backed by around 50 countries would proceed in coordination with Iran and only when conditions allow. Earthquake reported in Tehran. Oh.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages.
The return of the sausages.
Hostages.
What are we thinking, folks? Earthquake machine or nuclear tests? Which one is it? You call it. Earthquake gun, act of God, or nuclear tests in the bunker. Joe Brandon weather machine? Who knows? Who knows? Persian Omni-Man? Okay, anyway, let's get back to this dildo having a really hard time keeping his coalition together, Keir Starmer.
Party. So unlike in the United States, if enough allies of the prime minister turn on him, well, that can topple the government, put Keir Starmer out of a job long before voters have their say. Kelly?
All right, Chris Livesay in London for us. Thank you so much.
As President Trump prepares to leave for China in just a few hours, this morning he says the fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is on life support.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, "Sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living."
The president clearly frustrated, swiftly rejecting an Iranian response to the U.S. framework that was aimed at setting ground rules for deeper negotiations.
After reading a piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it.
Iranian state media reporting the country's counteroffer included lifting U.S. sanctions, paying reparations to Iran, and ceding control over the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iran is still not committing to any changes to its nuclear program. The country's top negotiator insisting there is no alternative to the proposal, and warning the administration that the longer they drag their feet, the more American taxpayers will pay for it. With the war in its 11th week and the Strait of Hormuz still virtually
Galabaf, also known as Goat Labaf at posting. Holy shit.
standstill, Americans are feeling the squeeze. Gas prices are up $1.55 since the war began, now hovering around $4.50 a gallon. And a new poll shows a majority of Americans, some 63%, say their household's personal financial situation has taken a hit from those rising prices at the pump. The president now considering suspending the federal gas tax, which could lower prices some 18 cents per gallon.
It's a small percentage, but it's still money.
But President Trump will need the help of Congress to do that. Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune says in the past he's not been a fan of the idea. But if President Trump wants to make the argument, I'm sure everybody will give him a chance and hear him out. And this morning, momentum on Capitol Hill appears to be slowly growing.
Why wouldn't we take the opportunity to give working people some relief?
People are having a hard time driving to work because they can't afford gas. Give the American people a break.
Meanwhile, some Democrats argue it would only be a short-term fix.
I think the best way we could lower the cost of gasoline right now would be for Donald Trump to back off on this war that he has started in the Middle East.
So it's unclear where exactly these talks go from here. President Trump says he will not set a new deadline for Iran to make a deal. He's also not ruling out future military attacks on Iran, George.
And Rich, we saw some erratic presidential behavior yesterday. The president used a profanity to describe the White House at an event, and then he went on that strange social media spree into the morning.
Yeah, this stretched late into the night, into the early morning, George. The president posting or reposting on social media more than 50 times by our count, and nearly all of these posts focused on false claims or conspiracy theories. The president at one point responding to someone calling on the DOJ to make more arrests, just as he reshared a post with an unfounded conspiracy theory calling on former President Barack Obama to be arrested.
By the way, I looked into the Chinese mayor a little bit, the Chinese mayor saga, and it is fucking hilarious because it once again proves exactly what I was talking about with respect to like Israel gets to do anything it wants and no one else can touch it. Okay. Like Israel is a unique country. This Chinese mayor was just this Chinese mayor in Arcadia, Chinese American mayor in Arcadia was forced to register as a foreign agent because she was writing articles that were pro-China. Yeah, the California mayor from China, the Arcadia mayor. But we'll get into it a little bit further. We'll dive into it a little bit further. There's more information, obviously. Basically something that virtually every fucking pro-Israel politician has done a millionfold, okay? But of course, it's a little different.
Posts attacked his perceived political enemies, including Hillary Clinton and James Comey, George.
And of course, in the past, when the president has posted these things, the Justice Department has followed up with actions. Rachel Scott, thanks very much.
All right, now to the war with Iran, which seems locked in a stalemate. So President Trump says the weeks-old ceasefire is, quote, on life support. He heads to China today. With gas prices topping $4.50 a gallon, the president told Nancy Cordes he's in favor of suspending the national gas tax. Nancy's at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Kelly, good morning to you. When we spoke by phone, President Trump told me he thinks suspending the federal gas tax is a great idea. And Republican lawmakers immediately took him up on it after that, introducing bills in the House and Senate with a vote to come as early as next week. This move does have bipartisan support, but there are trade-offs.
With oil prices on the rise again as negotiations falter, President Trump is ready to tap the brakes on the gas tax. In a phone interview, Trump told me, quote, "We're going to take off the gas tax for a period of time, and when gas goes down, we'll let it phase back in."
I think the president is 100% right.
Within hours, Missouri Republican Josh Hawley introduced a Senate bill that would pause the 18-cent per gallon federal gas tax for 3 months, with the option to extend the pause another 3 months. Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly introduced a similar bill a couple months ago.
People are having a hard time driving to work because they can't afford gas.
We asked drivers if they think a gas tax holiday does enough.
The more it decreases, the better.
If gas is $4.45 a gallon and you knock off 18 cents, that's less than 5%. So the answer is no.
The gas tax is used to fund road repairs and construction. When former President Joe Biden pitched his own 3-month pause on the tax post-COVID, the Conservative Heritage Foundation called the move a gimmick that would blow a multi-billion-dollar hole in the Federal Highway Trust Fund. Even now, the top Republican in the Senate, John Thune, says the best way to meaningfully bring down gas prices is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But Trump rejected Iran's latest offer this weekend. He told me it was a, quote, very stupid proposal, badly written, badly delivered.
After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it.
President Trump departs today for China, where he's going to sit down with President Xi Jinping. Now, China is Iran's #1 oil customer, but gas prices in China are only up about 20% since the war started, compared to 50% here, because the government there controls the price. Kelly?
All right, Nancy, thank you so much for that.
Are you aware of reports that Pakistan are allowing their bases to be used to park Iranian aircraft?
Yeah, that's right. We should actually have smoke for Pakistan as well. Which is really funny because then now you've opened up another fucking thing that Donald Trump has to discuss with Xi Jinping. Very funny. It's now considered treason if you say Iran is doing well. When the fake news says that Iranian enemy is doing well militarily against us, it's virtual treason in that it is such a false and even preposterous statement. They are aiding and abetting the enemy. All it does is give Iran false hope that when none should exist. These American cowards that are rooting against our country. Iran had 159 ships in their navy. Every single ship is now resting at the bottom of the sea. They have no navy. Their air force is gone. All technology is gone. Their leaders are no longer with us, and the country is an economic disaster. Only losers, ingrates, and fools are able to make a case against America President Donald J. Trump. What is this? Ew. Many Pakistanis are saying Pakistan or America will target Pakistan next. Yeah, welcome to being the table, bitch. Okay. To the Pakistanis, I say welcome. Welcome. As a Turkish American, let me welcome you to being the table. Okay. Pakistan Zindabad! But also, Pakistan is the table. And when you are the table, Israel wants to blow up the table. Okay. Luckily, you have nukes, which might be better for you in the long run than having American nukes in American NATO bases. Let's be real. My life for Pakistan! Pakistan is the table, but Turkey is the rug. Devastating. Devastating, but true. Now Israel hates both, though. Yeah. Here's Lindsey Graham shitting on Pakistan.
General Kane.
Sir, I've seen one report on that.
Well, is it accurate?
Sir, I think based on the variety of classification matters.
Let me just say, do you agree if it is accurate, that is sort of inconsistent with it being a peace mediator?
Sir, I wouldn't want to comment on that based on the ongoing negotiations and Pakistan's role.
Secretary Hexton, if the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator?
I wouldn't want to get in the middle of these negotiations.
Yeah. Peace, like, dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, come on. There's literally ceasefire talks happening, dude. My boss is in China right now, bro. You're fucking the bag up. Pakistan is basically China's own Israel, okay? What the fuck are we talking about here, dude? Come on.
I do. I want to get in the middle of these negotiations. I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere. So, I appreciate all you've done. I'm very supportive of it. But when it comes to Pakistan and China, enough already. Thank you.
Day 74 of the war and the standoff between the United States and Iran continues. Of course, the politics behind that goes backwards and forwards. But from a military perspective, it's relatively simple. When a country goes to war, really goes to war with another country, it tries to attack the political center of gravity of the enemy, either to destroy that political center of gravity or to bend it to its will or to force it to do something which it wouldn't otherwise have done. And when this war started, Israel and the United States began a bombing campaign, and they conducted apparently 21,000 attacks across Iran up to the 7th of April. But it clearly didn't work. They tried to decapitate the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, but they didn't. They tried to destroy the center of decision-making in Iran so there'd be no alternative to the Iranians but to surrender, but that didn't happen either. So attacking the political center of gravity was a failure by the 7th of April. So if you can't attack the political center of gravity, the next thing to do is to go for the military center of gravity. And what the Americans have achieved is that they were able to take out the whole of the Iranian Air Force, but Iran can still operate in the air with ballistic missiles and drones. The Americans took out the whole of the Iranian Navy, but still the Iranians are able to operate in the Strait of Hormuz with small craft and drones and robotic ships. They're still able to be a sea power of sorts. And the Americans gravely damaged the IRGC and the Iranian ground forces. But if the Americans were to land on any of the islands in the Gulf, or still less, any part of Iran itself, it's a pretty fair bet that they'd end up fighting pretty quickly. So the Americans have got plenty of facilities in the area. They've got air bases in Qatar, they've got air bases in Saudi Arabia, air bases in the UAE, all of which could be used. They've got other air bases too. They're not short of air power, nor are they short of naval power. there are no fewer than 2 carrier strike groups in the area and 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, plus a brigade of the 82nd Airborne, ready for all sorts of operations. They're not short of military power at all in the area. But that military power is essentially about 400 or 500 miles away from the Strait of Hormuz. And that's the Americans' problem. The real center of military gravity for the Iranians is the Strait of Hormuz. And although the Americans have got plenty of military hardware in the region, it's quite a long way away. So what they've tried to do with Operation Freedom, which only lasted for a day, remember, but is still on the stocks, President Trump has said maybe he'll go back to doing it. Operation Freedom was an attempt to use 6th-generation warfare, not to move into the Strait of Hormuz, but to use drones and missiles and AI and intelligence in order to pressurize anything the Iranians did while all of the ships that are trapped in the Strait of Hormuz come out. And that's the Americans' main problem. 6th-generation warfare. Maybe it'll work, maybe it wouldn't. It was only tried for a day. If the Americans were to go back to 5th-generation warfare, what they would do is they'd move their big carrier strike groups towards the Gulf, into the Gulf of Oman, and they would take control, physically take control of the Strait of Hormuz. They'd fight a battle for the Strait of Hormuz. And if they fight that battle, they would win it. But if they win it, they would also almost undoubtedly take some losses. And that would be the main problem for President Trump. This is the USS Abraham Lincoln. Very hard to imagine the Iranians could ever sink that, but they might damage it. They might be able to do something. They might be able to kill or injure some of the personnel. And that, even a damaged Abraham Lincoln, even a damaged destroyer, would actually be a political tragedy for President Trump, which you find very difficult to live with in terms of American public opinion. And so here we are back at the standoff. The Iranians obviously calculate that they can live with the material damage of this war longer than he can live, President Trump can live, with the political damage that the war is doing. And the Iranians are saying now, they say, if the Americans attack us again, we've got all sorts of surprises up our sleeve, with all sorts of things that they won't expect that we can do. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But the fact that they're saying that is a very good example of the nature of the warfare we're into. We may be in a world of potentially 6th-generation robotic warfare. But the politics of asymmetric warfare still apply, and they apply in this way.
Is she about to dog watch Trump? Yes. There is literally no... This is something I'm very confident about.
Iran may also be putting...
Given the amount of leverage that she has and the amount of spectacular fuck-ups that Trump has committed leading up to this Beijing summit, I mean, the very fact that he actually had to push the summit back is indicative of who holds the cards here, too. All of that combined leads me to believe that this summit is going to be very favorable to China's goals, China's interests. They will probably offer some benefits to America to make Trump look good domestically in exchange for tremendous foreign policy goals that they will accomplish. I assume one of the major points of contention is weapons transfers to Taiwan. Okay, America has steadily increased the weapons that they're shipping to Taiwan. Okay, this obviously is very threatening for Xi Jinping. Americans present this as like, oh, we're invested, we're committed in defending Taiwan. But obviously, nobody wants missile bases of a foreign adversary, 90 miles off their coastline. Cuba being a great example of this, right? And China wants reunification, peaceful reunification. That's their goal. That's been their goal. And they're committed to that goal, right? America wants to fuck that up to the best of their ability by claiming that this is the demands of the Taiwanese population. So Trump is going in incredibly weak. You have the Iran war. Strait of Hormuz is still closed. You have the tremendous leverage that Xi Jinping has already had, that he demonstrated in the tariff war that took place. Two different types of leverage, one being the manufacturing hub that makes it incredibly difficult to decouple the rest of the world from China, right? So that's one card that he already had. The other is complementary to the first card, which is the fact that they are a monopoly they're a monopoly procurer for rare earth minerals, right? Rare earth minerals are necessary for all matter of defense. Not only do they make the components, but they also procure the rare earth minerals, which is obviously unbelievably important for American defense manufacturing. Oh, damn. Detroit Metro Times. Top article is the original. Second is the edit. Metro Times. Any explanation? Our intention was not to smear Hasan. However, we see how the wording in the previous version was better. We appreciate the free feedback and reverted to the original version. Oh, shit. God damn. Big W's today, man. Little W's, big W's. Let's go. Let's freaking go. So, as far as the leverage that China has, China's leverage is not only endless, but it's also apparent. Okay, we saw how this stuff unfolded in the tariff side when Donald Trump tried to engage the world in a ridiculous tariffs war that he wanted to engage China with. The rest of the world was suffering as a consequence of the ridiculous demands that Trump was making on Liberation Day. And China showed that it was a stable partner or reliable partner in international trade in the process, and then basically forced America's hand to back away, right? So this was the first failure. Liberation Day, if Trump was correct, was going to lead to tremendous economic activity on U.S. soil, rebuild a manufacturing base on America, on American soil, fix the trade deficit with all these other countries, while simultaneously pushing countries away from China, right? Pushing countries' reliance away from China to other secondary markets, India potentially, and all these other places, and maybe even in the long term, the United States of America. Now, of course, that was a laughable goal. We don't have centralized planning in the United States of America, and therefore it's virtually impossible for us to build this robust, competitive industrial base on U.S. soil. So, when these are all the factors that you need to consider when thinking about Donald Trump trying to regain some kind of leverage. So China even threatened to implement strategic export controls, specifically on rare earth minerals. This was the nuclear option in trade, right? America wanted to regain some kind of leverage against China, and Donald Trump's initiatives in Venezuela and its initiatives alongside Israel were going to be the moments, the victories that Donald Trump could bring to the Beijing summit. Venezuela was a fast operation. It gave Trump a lot of confidence. He thought he could double down in Iran. Obviously, Iran had hands, and America was incapable of forcing Iran to submit. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The energy markets are crying, and America is in a far weaker position now than it would have been if it went to China with no crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, right? So I suspect, as we have covered before, that China is going to say, we're going to do big investments in America, okay? And unlike many of these other partners, China might actually follow through on those investments. As I said yesterday, this is basically reheating Barack Obama's nachos, but I do suspect that that will be the case. China will say, hey, look, we're going to make you look good. Okay? We're going to make you look good. will give you something to talk about. Okay? Even if they don't follow through on the IOUs, even if they don't actually, even if they don't actually end up committing to trillions of dollars in investments to build Chinese factories on U.S. soil and hire American workers like they claim they would, it still doesn't matter because it makes Trump look good in the short term, right? And that's pretty much what the speculation is here. China also obviously is unbelievably competitive in AI. So there's that element of it as well. China has basically kept up. Hasan is the most damaging propagandist in this country for people under the age of 40. Okay. I assume you're an unk then. If you're a chopped unk, what are you doing in here? Jensen Huang is not going? I thought NVIDIA was going. That's interesting. Get over it, bro. I think you're the one who needs to get over it, buddy. Whoa. NVIDIA's Jensen Huang didn't make the cut to join Trump's traveling party for China summit. That's interesting. Jensen Huang, out of all of the major billionaire like industry leaders in this country, is one of the few that has been very outspoken about not only maintaining like decent trade relations with China, obviously, and continuing to trade with China, continuing to use China, or continuing to sell China. Like Apple CEO, former Apple CEO Tim Cook, famously was very positive about continuing to use Chinese manufacturing, right? Elon Musk already has Tesla in China, right? Tesla is huge in China, a lot bigger than you would expect. Even though its market share has diminished tremendously as BYD has made significant gains. Tesla, I believe, is also one of the only companies in China, only foreign companies in China that isn't controlled by the the Communist Party of China. If I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong on that. Someone can correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's the only foreign company that doesn't have a majority share investment and therefore complete control over BYD isn't the largest in China. Isn't even the largest in China. No, I'm talking about internationally. BYD has swept up a big chunk of the Tesla market share. Yes, I saw. Editor here, I didn't like the repetition of the word anti-Semitism, but that was dumb reason to edit it, and it was not worth changing. Okay, that's nice. That's nice of them. Beef with Detroit Metro Times is over. Okay, we are supporters of the Detroit Metro Times. Thank you for being responsive, Detroit Metro Times. Tesla CEO will be traveling alongside other corporate heavyweights like Apple's Tim Cook, BlackRock's Larry Fink as a part of the U.S. delegation as more than a dozen business leaders from Wall Street to Silicon Valley join the trip. Trump is preparing for a high-profile meeting with President Xi, with economic cooperation and corporate ties expected to take center stage in a rare show of business alignment alongside a presidential visit. The trip could shape the tone of economic relations between the two countries going forward, as U.S. officials say the president wants to discuss the creation of a board of investment and a board of trade with China, as business leaders may prove to be just as much in the spotlight as the bilateral meeting itself. The reason why I'm saying that Jensen Huang is not going, or the reason why I'm saying it's interesting that Jensen Huang is not going, is because unlike many of these other capital owners, industry titans and whatnot, and they're probably going to sell some Boeing planes to China, by the way. That's one of the things that I've heard as well. They're going to try to get China to buy some Boeing planes. I assume the reason why the Meta Meta team is coming is because of the Meta purchase of a Chinese company that was stopped by the Chinese government. They want to continue having fruitful investments back and forth between China and the United States of America, because obviously money talks. All this posturing at the end of the day for national security is bullshit when it comes down to the interests of corporations. And I think the reason why, this is it exactly. NVIDIA is lobbying to soften chip export restrictions, arguing it will lose markets to Chinese competitors. And I think that's the reason why Jensen Huang is not going on this trip. Because Jensen Huang said something very interesting on the podcast of that one guy that I actually listened to, because I'm such a fucking insane person. I'm a chud-ass loser who only listens to podcasts, but I even listen to fucking podcasts on Twitter, okay? And Jensen Huang went on the podcast of this guy. He's like a hot Indian dude who's like a brolic. He got a New York Times puff piece written about him too recently. What's his name? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Yes, he's a Twitter podcast guy. But he, Dwarkesh. Yes, Dwarkesh. That's the guy I'm talking about. So Jensen Huang went on Dwarkesh's podcast, okay? And on that podcast, he literally argued against Dwarkesh, saying like, why would you want to soften chip export restrictions to China and also give access to China to some of our latest technology? And his argument was actually very interesting. Jensen Huang's argument was, China is going to reach our level, our technological, like our manufacturing capabilities regardless. And the fact that we are not, we're not a car company was a really good rant. Does anyone have the link actually? I want to watch it. I'll just, this will be much better to listen to here. So this was a pretty interesting take that I heard from Jensen Huang. Another interesting take from Jensen Huang was when he was like, I'm a fucking billionaire. I don't give a shit. I'll pay the billionaire tax. Who gives a fuck? Everyone needs to stop complaining. But here's what Jensen Huang said.
Chinese companies and Chinese labs and the Chinese government had access to...
Was I wrong, by the way? He is hot. I think saying the hot Indian guy who has a Twitter podcast is a pretty apt description of this dude, okay?
The AI chips to train a model like Claude Mythos with these cyber offensive capabilities and run millions of instances of it with more compute. The question is, is that a threat to American companies, to American national security?
First of all, Mythos was trained on fairly mundane capacity and a fairly mundane amount of it by an extraordinary company. And so the amount of capacity and the type of compute it was trained on is abundantly available in China. And so you just have to first realize that chips exist in China. They manufacture 60% of the world's mainstream chips, maybe more. It's a very large industry for them. They have some of the world's greatest computer scientists, as you know. Most of the AI researchers in all of these AI labs, most of them are Chinese. They have 50% of the world's AI researchers. And so the question is, if you're concerned about them, considering all the assets they already have, they have an abundance of energy. They have plenty of chips. They got most of the AI researchers. If you're worried about them, what is the best way to create a safe world? Well, victimizing them, turning them into an enemy, likely isn't the best answer. They are an adversary. We want the United States to win. But I think having a dialogue and having research dialogue is probably the safest thing to do. This is an area that is glaringly missing because of our current attitude about China as an adversary. It is essential that our AI researchers and their AI researchers are actually talking. It is essential that we try to both agree on what not to use the AI for. With respect to China, we want to have, of course, we want the United States to have as much computing as possible. We're limited by energy, but we got a lot of people working on that, and we got to not make energy a bottleneck for our country. But what we also want is we want to make sure that all the AI developers in the world are developing on the American tech stack and making the contributions, the advancements of AI, especially when it's open source, available to the American ecosystem. And it would be extremely foolish to create two ecosystems, the open source ecosystem, and it only runs on the Chinese foreign tech stack.
Bro, this is what I mean, by the way, when I say these motherfuckers do not, at the end of the day, these motherfuckers don't care about anything but their bottom line, okay? Like, I don't even think he's wrong necessarily, but he's basically saying, look, man, China's going to get there with or without us. We might as well sell them some shit, okay? That's literally what it is. Billionaires are stateless regardless, but he's straight up saying, look, they have gotten there over and over again. Sure, they sometimes follow us, you know, they trail behind on some of the more sensitive technology, some of the proprietary tech that's like virtually impossible to recreate. Obviously, the machines that make these fucking semiconductors is one example of this. But it's very clear that even if we try to cast China aside, even if we try to force China out of having access to this proprietary tech, they inevitably get there, and they find ways to do it in a much cheaper manner, right? We saw this with DeepSeek, obviously, which was what, like fucking $5 million total or something? It was unbelievable, and it put a dent initially in America's AI dominance. So he's, yeah, the Huawei chips aren't even better than NVIDIA. They're just more cost effective in ways that matter. Okay. So he's just saying that, like, we can think that we can stop China's rise in this field, but it's very fucking clear that they're gonna get there eventually. Right. So at that point, as a billionaire, my job is to keep making money. So if they're going to get there anyway, we might as well make money along the line, okay? And maybe even have some kind of control over, or force some kind of reliance on the Chinese side to make sure that, like, they still have to operate with our tech rather than make their own competitive tech that will then end up disrupting our market dominance even in the Western world. Because it's true. Jensen Huang knows that there is no way to try and stop China with the current design of international trade. This is precisely the reason why a lot of the European markets constantly complain about electric vehicles. They say that China is not trading, China is actually cheating. Why is China cheating? Because they have a similar system that we do with market subsidies, except their subsidies are far more comprehensive, and their subsidies don't get distributed to the fucking CEOs and the shareholders. Their subsidies are used to engage in overproduction and to make cost-effective and unbelievably affordable market competitors that end up displacing the domestic markets. What I mean by that is, with electric vehicles, for example, China has been able to destroy any kind of initiative that the EU could have had in terms of moving in this new technology, in terms of pioneering this new technology, because it's far too costly to produce an electric vehicle fleet in Europe as opposed to China. China, when it comes to electric vehicles, has completely destroyed any kind of dominance America or the European Union could ever have. Okay? And I say this as someone who's an EV enjoyer of the European variety. That's actually a good take. They basically did the Walmart strat on Europe or the Amazon strat. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're engaging in predatory pricing, right? That's what the claim is. It's impossible for the European manufacturers to compete with the Chinese manufacturers
in a closed ecosystem, and that runs on the American tech stack. I think that would be that would be a horrible outcome for the United States.
I mean, I think the concern, going back to the flop difference in the hacking, is yes, they have compute, but there's some estimates that because they're at 7 nanometer, they don't have EUV because of chip making export controls. The amount of flops they're able to actually produce, they have like 1/10 the amount of flops that the US has. And so with that, could they train eventually a model like Mythos? Yes. But the question is, because we...
What? You either have to not understand a command economy on a fundamental level, or you just have to assume that they don't have one at all in order to logically conclude that China is cheating law is just pure cope. Yes, they do understand it. These people are not stupid. They totally understand how the Chinese markets work. They totally understand how the Chinese command economy works. After all, these guys are like, they're not dumb. They're just evil, okay? Let's be real. I'm not talking about Elon Musk, but even Elon Musk has probably a pretty profound understanding of how the Chinese command economy works, right? The Europeans know. They're just saying that China is cheating because China is beating Europe in its own game. And it's impossible to compete against because Europe is capitalist and China is, at the end of the day, a centrally commanded, planned economy, okay? So as a planned economy, they can muster up the industrial forces to move in the direction of certain sectors to basically displace their market competitors in the international trade design that currently exists. The only way to fight back against that, ironically enough, if you wanted to do that at all, would be to also have a communist single-party state with a command economy. That's it. There is no way to beat the efficiency of a command economy, and everyone knows it. That's why I always reduce the Chinese control over the flows of capital to subsidies, right? Like I know that it's not the same, but it's basically a supercharged version of the subsidy structure that we have. Subsidies are one way of doing central planning, okay? It's just the European and the American Western capitalist way of doing some kind of central planning. We have it here too, right? Here, you get a shake. That was a good take, by the way. This is a good take shake. Obviously, it's not comparable to subsidies at all. It feels like a lot we're en route to a planned economy as it is. We already have a planned economy. It's just that we planned the economy at the behest of capital and not at the behest of some kind of national prospect, for example. If you don't want to say China is like actually truly socialist or whatever, they very clearly have 5-year plans that they implement. And those 5-year plans are directed in a way where China has an upper hand in you know, whatever goals that they have in whatever sector that they want to develop. Those sectors can be developed in the interest of advancing some sort of international goal. Those sectors could be developed in advancing the interest of some kind of ecological goal, right? Sometimes those two things work with one another. Obviously, a big part of the reason why China has been unbelievably dominant in the electrification initiatives in the realm of renewables is because they both have an ecological goal, both at the domestic level, where they obviously had a big problem with like smog and a big problem with the coal-powered power plants they had, and their over-reliance on fossil fuels that was actually genuinely devastating the environment in China. And they fixed it. They damn near fixed it in its entirety as a consequence of their move in the direction of renewables. But they also did that because they understand that there's a finite supply of fossil fuels on this planet, and our over-reliance on fossil fuels on this, is going to be endlessly devastating for climate change and all of the other famines and shortages that come along with that, all the global instability that comes along with that. And on top of that, they recognize that that is the next market, right? They're not just banking on future generations. They're also planting their flag in being the monopoly provider of the next stage in our energy transition. The next stage in our energy transition is inevitable, okay? Because fossil fuels, I keep repeating this, are finite. They're not only devastating for the ecology, they're not only devastating for anthropogenic climate change, but they're also going to run out at some point, right? There's also obviously the issues with fossil fuels being a consumable good, and therefore there needs to be constant transiting of oil tankers, and we're seeing that there are some limitations with that as well, as opposed to when you put a fucking solar panel down, you can't really block out the sun, right? Fossil fuels are infinite? Sure. Yet a command economy is fundamentally anti-democratic. The SDP, Soviet-type planning, or even the Chinese model have no modicum of socialist mechanisms because workers have no say in the economic decisions that affect their lives. Not only is it inefficient, it is far removed from socialism as American capitalism is. There are more humane forms we must work towards. Thank you, insincere compliant. When you arrive at the more humane model, you can let me know, okay? You are talking about the most successful and long-standing transitional socialist state. Clearly, whatever kind of utopian communist model that you have in mind has never been implemented, and most likely is, not going to be implemented in the upcoming decade or even the upcoming century. Yes, it looks like a state-owned monopoly capitalist mode of production, but seemingly it's the most successful one in terms of advancing the material conditions of the working class of this country, especially considering that this was unbelievably successful in the USSR as well, in spite of the excesses, in spite of the mismanagement, in terms of changing Russia and the USSR in general from an agrarian peasant society into one that was able to defeat the United States of America in the fucking space race by putting Yuri Gagarin up there before we ever could. And they did that in a very short period of time. And they did that without the benefits, the economic engine of slavery. I obviously am not saying benefit as though slavery is a good thing. I'm saying slavery was beneficial in terms of Western development, right? Slavery is unbelievably cruel. It was an unbelievably cruel practice, and it was formative in the development of Western nation states. So, Russia did that without the colonial exploits, and also by enslaving populations overseas. So yes, there were a lot of excesses, there were a lot of failures, but clearly the results are the results. And the same goes for China. Participatory economics is a clear example. China has made great progress in modernization and improving the material conditions of the workers. Yeah, we're talking about a country that was able to take away, we're talking about a country that was able to, through these initiatives, eradicate extreme poverty to the tune of 800 million people. Slavery is probably pretty good for profits when you're so uncreative that you can only raise profits by cutting wages. True. Another good take. USSR was the first socialist nation. Of course, mistakes were made. I think technically USSR might not be the first socialist nation. I forget which nation was the first socialist nation, but regardless, there were a lot of problems. There was also technological limitations as well. No, I'm not considering the French Commune. Josh Gottheimer went on Newsmax to attack me. I did not see that. Also, China is not a command economy. The government offers available credit and capital allocations for local governments, and they offer subsidies and benefits to attract competitors. That's why I said this is just social democracy. Okay, listen. I think China has a lot of control over the industrial output of China and Chinese companies. Okay, they found an interesting. What is this, man? What are you? Okay, they found a very interesting, dynamic way to engage in a command economy. It's not done at gunpoint. Okay, it's not done at gunpoint. There's no like, if you don't fucking do this, you're going to prison. Okay, it's not like a gulag system or whatever the fuck, right? It's done through a more efficient way of controlling capital flows. This is what I'm saying. I'm openly. The point I'm making is that the Chinese system is not as direct as you would expect it, but it's very clear. It's very clear that they direct the market. There is a market system, but it is ultimately controlled by way of capital flows, and they direct and redirect to specific sectors, to specific industries. Okay? I asked you to look at logs because I don't understand why you think that there should be EU-China alignment. Then you understand that the only way for Europe not to deindustrialize is to raise tariffs matching the subsidies on offer. Also, subsidies are wasteful. You can only hope to subsidize monopolies until they gain scale and vertical integration benefits to catch up. I mean, I think that there is not an EU-China alignment because of the way that the European Union currently works. Okay? I think what I'm saying is, like, if there was a serious EU-China alignment, it would require a radical transformation of the European Union, a radical transformation of how countries understand trade, a radical transformation of how countries understand capitalism. Which is virtually impossible regardless. You understand that the only way for Europe to not to deindustrialize is to raise tariffs matching the subsidies on offer. Also, subsidies are wasteful. You can only hope to subsidize monopolies until they gain scale and vertical integration benefits catch up. Because right now, in order for the Chinese economy to work, in order for China to maintain its competitive edge in the global marketplace, it must remain a manufacturer around the globe. Europe is also a manufacturer. It both consumes, but it also produces. Obviously, this puts them at odds with China. Okay? What I'm saying is doing away with these distinctions. Oh, for sure. The EU is dead in the water and has fundamentally neoliberal constitution and not even a fiscal union. The Soviet Union didn't have slavery, but they had an industrial complex of sending people to develop manufacturing in brutal conditions where workers lived in tents and froze to death. Example, iron and steel factory in Magnitogorsk, where there is literally a memorial to the first tent. Yes, no, I'm saying... I didn't say that the USSR developed in the most ethical standards according to the 21st century. I didn't make that argument at all. If you noticed, I said they did not literally rob human beings from other countries for 400 years to develop in the way that the Western world did. They did not engage in colonial extraction of not only bodies, but also all natural resources, while leaving the host nations in a state of dire disrepair. They used their own people, oftentimes under brutal conditions, devastating conditions, deadly conditions. The Western world only gets to present themselves as as morally superior to the USSR's collectivization efforts and industrialization efforts because they get to hide the fact that they did that with 400 years of colonial exploitation, the rape of Africa, and chattel slavery. And in comparison to both of these different systems, one would probably, I'm not making a moral argument here. I'm not making like a moral comparison, but you can make that moral comparison on your own. Look at the way that China was able to engage in collectivization and industrialization. Look at the way that the USSR was able to engage in collectivization and industrialization as opposed to all European countries. Okay? You can make that distinction on your own. I'm not here to explain that to you. I'm not here to tell you like which one is more moral. Okay? I'm simply saying that there is a hidden side of how the Western world was developed, and it's purposely hidden. In your textbooks, there's mentions to it, but it's never, but no such comparison is ever made between the USSR and the Western world's development and collectivization or industrialization. Yeah. It's bad if you exploit your own people for progress, but if you exploit other nations' people for your progress, you are a beacon of prosperity and equality like America. Do you see what I mean? A similar lie is told all the time. When people say, oh, widespread famines in the USSR and China led to the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. Now, obviously, the number is exaggerated, but no such consideration is ever given to the fact that we currently exist in a global capitalist system, and yet in the age of abundance, when there is a food surplus in the world, there are still 14 million people that die due to famine and famine-related diseases before we even factor in the number of those who die due to war, before we even factor in the numbers of those who die due to anthropogenic climate change, okay? Because when 14 million people die under famine and famine-related diseases every single year under a global capitalist system, we say, sorry, they didn't bootstrap it hard enough. Then it's down to the individual. Okay, they died not because of an inefficiency in global capitalism. Okay. They died because they didn't work hard enough. They didn't Sigma grind set their way into, out of abject poverty, extreme poverty. That's it. That's the difference. And it's understandable, right? We have this bias. We live in these systems. Of course, we're going to be a little bit biased towards the system that we know, the economic organization of society that we've existed under. It's understandable. Capitalism washes its hands, not unlike Pilate. Pilate. Every time I hear that, I think of goddamn America. Yeah, I think of Reverend Jeremiah Wright in his famous sermon that got him canceled by Barack Obama. Meanwhile, this is what Barack Obama was doing.
And pussy too.
Yeah. Anyway, we dove into some very, very strange territory here. I never thought that I would be speaking about the USSR and its excesses in the at the behest of collectivization initiatives, but we got there through Jensen Huang's take on why it's more beneficial for NVIDIA to sell their products in China than to abide by some kind of American export control and then watch as China develops competitive chips regardless, and then no longer has any reliance whatsoever in NVIDIA chips.
You have more flops. American labs are able to get to these level of capabilities first. And because Anthropic got to it first, they say, okay, we're going to hold on to it for a month while all these American companies, we give them access to it. They're going to patch up all their vulnerabilities. And now we release it. Furthermore, even if they trained a model like this, the ability to deploy it at scale, if you had a cyber hacker, it's much more dangerous if they have 1 million of them versus 1,000 of them. So that inference compute really matters a lot. In fact, the fact that they have so many AI researchers who are so good is the thing that makes it so scary, because what is it that makes those researchers more productive is compute.
We should always be first, and we should always have more. But in order for that outcome for you to what you described to be true, you have to take it to the extremes. They have to have no compute. And if they have some compute, the question is how much is needed. The amount of compute they have in China is enormous. You're talking about a country. It's the second largest computing market in the world. If they want to aggregate their compute, they got plenty of compute to aggregate.
The hogs are fuming about this. Yeah. We are first place because of compute is such a fucking dumbass take, man. Everything computer. Everybody Tesla. No, sorry. What was it? I love Tesla. Everything computer. Everybody. We love Tesla. Everything computer. Everybody transgender. And now, everything casino. That's the new one. The whole world is casino. Mallory is spreading Adam Wren's smear of Abdul. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And also, yeah, that came from Liz Smith. What is this? You have no idea of the Soviet Union? It's hard to say, but you would sit in the Soviet gulag with your open opinions. You have no idea of the Soviet Union, says Maze Mazin. As a German living in Australia, it's ridiculous. America's discovering Hitler. Lol, I break down. As a German living in Austria, it's ridiculous. Österreich. Yeah. Austrian anti-communists make me so mad, and you know why. I've already done the fucking rant. You get to sit in affordable housing in Red Vienna due to the tireless work of the communists that came before you. Okay, it's unbelievably hogged up. You literally are one of the few developed countries. You're one of the few developed nations that actually has like a decent level of control over the housing market directly as a consequence of the tireless work of communists that came before you. And you still fucking complain. You're like, oh, you don't know about the Soviets. They are so bad. They are so bad. Yeah, meanwhile, the dudes who were like, we love the fucking Soviets. We wish we could be a part of the fucking Soviets ourselves, are responsible for you sitting in a fucking government-controlled, publicly funded housing that is sitting on top of these beautiful fucking building blocks where you get to have a gym in your goddamn publicly owned housing unit that you live in, where your rent is like fucking $300 a month or whatever the fuck. And you're like, oh, it's getting so expensive here. Meanwhile, travel to any other fucking country and see what it usually looks like, okay? Yeah, affordable housing in Vienna. Yeah, here. We're not going to do this again. I do this too much. I do this too frequently, okay? 65%. 65%. Remember that number. 65% of all available housing inventory, all housing inventory in the city of Vienna, also known as Red Vienna, is government housing. Okay? 65%. motherfucking percent. And I still hear from people in Austria complain. It's in many ways no different than those who enjoy the weekend, those who enjoy the absence of child labor, which, you know, we're really bringing back here in the United States of America. Who then turn around and say labor unions are bad. Yeah, okay, dude. What are you, a fucking boss in a factory? Are you a factory owner? What the fuck do you mean labor unions are bad? You're a worker, dumbass. And you will most likely remain a worker for the rest of your life. So you might as well make sure that you get to reap the benefits of your productive output. And labor unions are only one way, but perhaps one of the most successful, in the short term especially, ways of achieving those results. I had an Austrian anti-communist in a global economic law class, maybe at the LSE, say that the Chinese want a new war because they have an excess population of young males, which causes social instability. They're insane. In front of our lib Warrenite trade law professor. Yeah, people in Europe get so crazy about anti-communism. They actually lose their fucking minds. They get even more rabid than Americans do. Because Americans are not very, very well read, let's say. Like we hate communism here in America, but it's almost like a childish hatred. We're like, ooh, spooky. They're weird. We don't understand it. Europeans also understand it. It's like they studied it better so they could be more efficient in their hatred. It's the same principle with European anti-Semitism versus American anti-Semitism, right? Where the European anti-Semitism is infinitely more sophisticated, okay? They've read the textbooks. They know exactly how to be anti-Semitic in a much more intellectual manner, as opposed to the average American's anti-Semitism. I felt so bad, but I had to do. I dislike China, lie, but you are insane. Bro, there were Chinese students in class. Of course, you're talking about a fucking Institute of Higher Learning in the West. Of course, there were Chinese students. I've talked to them when I was in China. That's why they have a pretty deep understanding of the fucking hatred that the West has towards China. More so than like the average Chinese person that's never been to the West who thinks, oh, it's awesome. I love I love the fact that Americans are here. Yeah, it's midwit hatred versus dimwitted hatred. We really don't do anti-communism propaganda anymore. We rely on our parents and grandparents freaking out when we bring it up. Yeah. This is the exact issue this video addresses. Attempt number 5, lol. A critique of Western Marxism. Okay, stop. You want me to watch that so bad. It's still here, by the way. I still have it right there. I have that video ready to go. I've had it up. Dude, you guys are driving me down a fucking tangent no matter what I do, huh? No matter what I do, you're like, no, we need an additional tangent. Fuck monitoring the situation. Do not monitor the situation at all. We do not want you to monitor the situation. You must go on these rabbit holes, okay? You must defend central planned economies right now. Trump heads to China for high-stakes summit. Let's keep going.
The U.S. in an awkward position when it comes to China. So as we mentioned, President Trump leaves today.
Living the dream, by the way. Like you hate to see a different queen thrive, okay? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not glad that happened to you. It should have happened to me instead, okay? That's how I feel about this. And I'm going to be open about it. I'm going to be honest about it. Because he was talking about how wonderful of a show that the Chinese put on every time the Americans get there. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, fuck you. You don't even deserve it. You don't even fucking deserve it. You don't deserve the Chinese showmanship. Okay? They're going to roll out the goddamn red carpet. You don't deserve it at all.
For a high-stakes visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Anna Coren reports China could play a role in helping end the conflict if it gets concessions from the U.S.
As President Trump prepares to depart for Beijing for this year's most consequential bilateral summit, the Iran war will loom large. Trump had postponed the trip back in March, expecting the conflict to be over by the time he met with President Xi. Instead,
nope. Nope. Didn't happen.
It's following him to China.
Hormuz has not been open. You know, U.S. really need exit, and this exit is in Beijing, I think.
Chinese analyst Henry Wang says Beijing has leverage over Iran as its largest trading partner. He believes Xi could provide a much-needed off-ramp for Trump, but it's likely to come at a price. Xi wants a reduction in tariffs, removal of export controls on advanced semiconductors, and sanctions lifted. But what he wants most is Taiwan. And that would involve the US changing its position on the self-governed island and reducing its decades of military support. If Trump changed US policy on Taiwan, what would Xi give in return?
No, I think China can really build up the consensus and actually give U.S. a hand in really getting U.S. out of this mess, this crisis in Iran, and open Hormuz for the whole world. And that is what Trump really badly needed.
It's almost 9 years since Trump was last in China, and a lot has changed. This country of 1.4 billion people has become a manufacturing powerhouse, as we witnessed last week, when we visited a dark factory operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, run by AI and robots. It's a very different landscape, and Trump is no longer holding all the cards. Well, President Trump will arrive here in Beijing tomorrow before meeting with President Xi on Thursday. Now, the fact that these two leaders are coming together is an achievement in itself. It's an opportunity to reset and stabilize relations after years of turmoil. Matt.
I'll take it from here, Anna. Thank you.
President Trump leaves today for Beijing for a high-stakes summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and the war with Iran is over.
Again, it should have been me. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. Just think. He's going to have the best food. He's going to have the best food. He's not even going to like it. He's going to be like, why is there no McDonald's? Chinese McDonald's, not good enough by my American standards. It's just fucking annoying. Okay? He's going to sit in a fucking, he's going to sit in a high-speed rail I think Xi Jinping has like a special train that they roll out for, it's a high-speed rail that they roll out for like foreign dignitaries and shit. He's going to get in that and be like, oh, I don't want to bring this to America. I will never bring this to America. I hate it. Oh, you know what the best method of travel is? A Ford F-450. Fucking annoying, dude. Freaking annoying. Freaking annoying.
Foreshadowing and perhaps influencing what would have been the major issues at play, trade tensions and China's designs on Taiwan. The president says the ceasefire with Iran is on, quote, life support. The Strait of Hormuz remains essentially closed, and Iran has not conceded to the president's demands for peace. Let's get right to CNN's Elaine.
Just to be closer to Xi Jinping, I'd become president of the United States. I'd run just for that goal.
In a train at the White House, you know, this trip has been on the calendar, actually moved, but for some time, a lot of desires to get things done here. But what does it play now?
Yeah, look, I think initially the White House, John, really wanted this to be a visit about trade and the economy, and also, you know, almost a watershed moment for these two leaders of these superpower economies. But so much of it is being now overshadowed by the war in Iran and also this longstanding dispute over Taiwan. But I do want to get into a little bit about what the White House wants this to be about. We know, of course, that really this bruising tariff fight between the U.S. and China has really dominated much of last year. But President Trump and Chinese Xi Jinping did agree to almost like this fragile truce.
We need BYD. We need BYD. I think BYDs are, they're all right. I want a Yangwang. I want the jumping car, the supercar. The young one, what is it? U9? Oof. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I want a Huawei phone. Oh, my God. Oh, that'd be so sick. Huawei!
Last fall, and the White
Wait, Yangwang and his BYD? Wait, which one is the one that I like? That literally is a BYD? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the fucking Chinese companies. Okay, give me a goddamn break. The Xiaomi SU7, I think that's the one I was thinking of. Which one's the one that just broke the records? Oh, it is the Yangwang. It is BYD. Oh my God. Yeah, no, I was thinking of the U9. I was thinking of the U9, not the Xiaomi SU7. I was thinking of the U9, bro. It's like Toyota and Lexus. Look at the Gyat. Where are you jumping to? Bro, I need this, okay? Do you want to know why I need this? I need this more than anyone else, okay? If you've ever driven in Los Angeles, California, you know this is an absolute necessity. This is an absolute necessity for all the fucking potholes, okay? For all the potholes in LA, they never fix these goddamn roads, okay? And we have literally the best weather, and there's still unbelievable amounts of potholes. Midlife crisis? Okay, man, chill. Let me fucking close off some of these stupid ass tabs. What do we got here? Are these all good? Oh God, these are all things I want to talk about. Corporate media on Hasan Piker. Diddy Dan, the Diddler. Bill Maher gushes over how refreshing Donald Trump's honesty is, while reporters John Fetterman respond. I don't care about that. Netanyahu approval ratings. Josh Buttheimer. All right. Okay. All these tabs are still workable tabs that I want to get to.
House wants to keep that relative calm moving forward. Now, we are told that their discussions when they meet face to face is part of it's supposed to be about.
That car just broke the production car speed record, faster than the Bugatti Chiron, 750 horsepower to each wheel. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. This is the car. The BYD Yangwang U9 Extreme reached a maximum speed of 496.22 kilometers per hour on the track in Petersburg, Germany, officially beating the Bugatti Chiron Supersport's record as the world's fastest production car. Almost 500 kilometers, dude. What is that in freedom units? What is that? Like fucking... Or no, it was... The track location is Volkswagen's testing ground in Ehrlezien, not Petersburg, as erroneously stated earlier. 308 miles per hour. What? 308 miles per hour? That's an EV, by the way. So So what does that mean? As an electric vehicle, like, what is it? Like fucking, the battery goes out in like 10 minutes? Is that what it is? Like, because that's Amtrak top speed. Yeah, you have your own high-speed rail, dude. Bro, you know how we got 0 to 60? They're going to start tracking 0 to 200. How many minutes does it take? How many seconds does it take to get to 0 to 100? 200. To be fair, a fuel car also finishes nearly a tank at those speeds in minutes. U.S. intelligence shows Iran retains substantial missile capabilities. Dude, you know what this is, right? By the way, this is literally the CIA begging Trump publicly to fucking get a ceasefire negotiation out there. Okay? The only reason why mainstream media keeps reporting on how good the Iranian predicament is for Iran is literally because his generals have given up. The CIA has given up. The entire intelligence community has basically given up talking to Trump directly. So that's why they're going to the public. This is what it is. This is what's happening. Okay? 30 out of the 33 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz are still operational. They're like, dude, please, what the fuck are you doing? I swear to God, we're like, I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. I'm just gonna stay quiet. But we are nearing very interesting times in terms of what the CIA could do if they wanted to get creative with it. It seems. I'm not, fomenting this. I'm not advocating for it. I'm simply saying that there's only so much historically that the CIA and our intelligence community has, allowed presidents to fucking, molest the money or make interesting decisions that they were not on board with. Yeah, to be fair, they've already tried it with what's his face, the Butler guy, and it didn't work. It only made him stronger. It only made me stronger. Did you see Friedman begging NATO to stop Trump? They're losing it. Robert Kagan is going to become a communist if this continues. Okay? Robert Kagan is going to be like, I disavow everything that I've done for my entire career. I actually realized the only way to stop the United States of America is with a coalition of the willing. You are molesting the money too hard, Mr. President. In order to save capitalism, we must end capitalism. I'm Robert Kagan, the godfather of neoconservatism, and I approve of this message. Butler was a hoax, but it was the CIA and he missed is my new favorite theory. Yeah. We're going to talk about Babadabi in a second. I watched a video with Larry Wilkerson. He had a very different read on that Kagan article. He said he knows Kagan and that Kagan wrote that article as a challenge saying we have to do a ground invasion to save the embarrassment. Really? I mean, I trust Larry Wilkerson's take. I trust Larry Wilkerson a lot more than I fucking trust Robert Kagan. But I'll still use it. I'll still use the assessment or the takeaway from many people to my advantage because I don't want war. Abi kayayı çağırıp sarılıp yerde yuvarlansana. If you think Butler was real, you think ears grow back. Oof. Listen, guys, I'm not, I'm never going to dispute you, okay? I don't care enough. I am so unbelievably agnostic when it comes to whether or not Butler, Pennsylvania was a real assassination attempt, or it was staged, or if it was the CIA, or if it was Mossad, or if it was BlackRock. I don't give a fuck. Believe whatever you want to believe. Okay? It's great. I believe all of the theories. Okay? You could say aliens, and I'd be like, probably. I am an equal opportunity enjoyer of all conspiracy theories as it pertains to the many assassination attempts on the president. I enjoy them from afar.
Of course, the customary.
Yeah, call me Sarah Longwell, the way I'm centrist on the issue of whether or not Trump's assassination was staged.
Haggling over potential Chinese purchases of American products. That includes commercial jetliners and soybeans, and also proposal for a joint board of trade that would bring government oversight to a lot of the commerce between these two countries. We're also known they're expected, of course, to talk about tariffs and how to adjust them as they remain at a very high level. But again, a lot of this is also going to be dominated by what is happening in Iran. I'd remind you that China has seen a lot of high-profile leaders come to the country recently. We saw the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi met with his Chinese counterpart last week. Russian President Vladimir Putin is expected to travel to the country just days after President Trump departs. So a lot that is going on here for, global geopolitics as well. And I think when it comes down to the Iran war, what's going to be very interesting is I spoke with a lot of my sources here at the White House yesterday about the latest of, the president saying that this war, or the ceasefire rather, is on life support. I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether or not the president is going to ask for Xi Jinping to almost aid in bringing the Iranians to the table. We know that.
American media. Words you never want to hear coming from the mouths of the State Department-backed American media. President Donald Trump is asking for aid from Xi Jinping. Hello, I really fucked up this time. Please help me.
The Chinese have been very close in communicating with the Iranians throughout this entire process. So that could be another key part of this. We're just going to have to see. I am told as well that the president, who in recent days has been contemplating moving back to major combat operations with Iran, more than he has so in weeks, he is not expected to make a decision on how to proceed with the Iran war before departing for China. So a lot at stake here.
And an Iranian spokesman and advisor to the supreme leader apparently trolling the president ahead of that Beijing trip, saying, and I quote here, Mr. Trump never imagined that by taking advantage of Iran's current calm, you will be able to enter Beijing triumphantly. What are you hearing from the White House about how, what is expected from this Beijing trip and how Iran might sort of feed into the narrative at this point?
Well, according to an administration official this weekend, they are going to bring pressure on Beijing when it comes to the war. Of course, they could serve as an effective interlocutor with the Iranians to try to drive them to the table. And a former senior official said that it is almost inevitable that Trump will be asking Xi Jinping for help on next steps. Now, of course, this is likely to overshadow a lot of this trip. Trump, of course, wanted this conflict to be wrapped up already before he went on this trip. He already had to postpone it once due to the war. Another former official said this is...
All right, I've seen enough. Roll the fucking tape!
我在北京.
Okay, this is not even the aura edit. God damn it. All right, give me the aura edit. Someone. Yeah, we need the funk edit on this. I'm going to run it back. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready? We're going to run it back like we didn't fuck this up the first time. Okay.
Likely to overshadow a lot of this trip. Trump, of course, wanted this conflict to be wrapped up already before he went on this trip. He already had to postpone it once due to the war. Another former official said this is likely to suck up a lot of the social capital that he would have wanted to.
All right, I've seen enough. Roll the fucking tape!
我在北京。
老天保佑，金山银山全部有。老天教唆别管江湖路。老天保佑，金山银山全部有。老天教唆别管江湖路。老天保佑，金山银山全部有。老天教唆别管江湖路。
This is still, to this day, the most aura-inducing photo that any fucking global leader alive has taken. Keep those attacks on Piker going. We need to get this number up to 100% for El Sahed. Yeah. Where's your aura? I got no aura, man. I'm sitting at home wearing a fucking suit, covering people that don't deserve to shake Xi Jinping's hand from afar, thousands of miles away, as I'm duking it out with some of the dumbest ops of all time, like majority Dems. If this is the best they have, by the way, if this is literally the best they got, if this is their network of propaganda, they're fucked. I can solo these motherfuckers, man. Look, I'm not going to act like I have, tremendous clout or whatever, but I can definitely solo these motherfuckers. This is a real... look what it takes to mimic a fraction of our power moment, you know? I need to get an aura suit from this Chinese tailor next time in Shanghai. My suits are about to be delivered soon, by the way. I got hella Chinese suits coming. I ordered 2 Zhongshan suits, and from the same from the same tailor I got wait, what is this? I thought you were there with Xi. It's true, I was. This is a better edit, and look at the amount of likes, Pog. 4.4 million? Me and she have the same suit, by the way. Low key, low Kirk-entually. You know what I mean? Like, you think Donald Trump will get a Zhongshan suit? I kind of want to see him in one. Hold on. I'm going to retweet that with the look what it takes to mimic a fraction of our power edit meme. Hold on. It's going to be weird when Trump just falls asleep in the meeting. He won't. Not with Xi's powerful aura. Okay. All right, let's continue. I'm done with the Chinese aura edit, Chinese century aura edit. This person says, in retrospect, this is definitely one of you guys that sent me your own fucking tweet. In retrospect, I suppose that those neocons who now surprisingly oppose the Iran war, even if they remain generally pro-Israel, were more believers in an American liberal empire than they were Israel-oriented ex-Schmatmanites. I don't know what that means, but no. I guess maybe. It doesn't really matter. I think it's more so about how much you want to lean into Israel in engaging the American empire.
Go in and speak to Xi Jinping about other issues. However, this is, of course, the most pressing one on the table. Now, in the lead up to his departure later today, we have seen the administration imposing sanctions on Chinese entities and individuals for what they say is support for the Iranian regime. China has been helping Iran when it comes to revenue and dual-use items. CNN also reported last month, if you remember, that intelligence was indicating that China was preparing to potentially ship defensive materials to Iran. So there is going to be a lot to discuss here and a lot to watch in terms of how much the president does push Xi Jinping to try to bring Iran to the negotiating table amidst all of these other deals that he is saying he wants to make while he's there.
So what role might China perhaps potentially play in any effort to find an end to this US war with Iran? And how would that work without emboldening China?
The Iranians are always very keen for China to play a larger diplomatic role in the region, and we did see it play some role last month in getting to the ceasefire. China wasn't, of course, the main mediator. Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, they played that role, but China helped at the very end, I think, to push the Iranians over the line, to convince them to accept the ceasefire. Would they want to go further than that? Can they go further than that now? It's not clear. They have some leverage over Iran as the main customer for its oil exports, but we shouldn't overstate that leverage. I don't think they can convince the regime to do something that Iranian officials see as fundamentally not in their interests right now. And then the Iranians would like to see China step in, perhaps to guarantee this deal, to offer promises that the Americans will respect it. The Americans will not, in the future, launch another round of fighting. It's just hard to see how China does that. They can't offer those sorts of guarantees. And historically, whenever there have been expectations that China will play a larger diplomatic role in the Middle East, it often doesn't meet those expectations. It doesn't want to be a diplomatic power yet in this region. I think it's very happy being an economic power, but leaving much of the mess of Middle Eastern diplomacy to other countries.
And on Sunday, President Trump rejected Tehran's response to his peace proposal, calling it totally unacceptable. Now his administration is imposing these sanctions on 12 companies and individuals that it says are helping aid the sale and shipment of oil from Iran to China. How might this impact Trump's meeting with Xi and any efforts to end the war?
I think it depends on how much further the Americans are willing to press this with China. I mean, as your correspondent mentioned, there haven't been any Chinese banks added to these sanctions lists so far. So if it's just this game of whack-a-mole, which the Americans have been playing for many, many years with China, going after front companies and in some cases going after the so-called teapot refiners, these independent refiners that turn Iranian crude into refined products. If that's all they're going to do, then we've been through this before, and it doesn't really, China will shrug this off and continue buying Iranian oil. If Donald Trump wants to push this further, he wants to start imposing broader sanctions on the Chinese financial sector or other parts of the Chinese economy, that would turn into a real clash at this summit in Beijing. But I suspect he also has other priorities. He wants to talk about trade. He wants to talk about economic deals. I think the last thing he wants to do is have this summit be overshadowed by some sort of sanctions war between.
Dude, what the fuck? Can't China just arrest Trump on suspicion of child abuse based on the Epstein files? Seems kind of like a win-win, no? Check logs. Somewhat serious suggestion. Check logs remains undefeated. Okay? Check logs remains undefeated. It will never, there will never be a moment where I check a fucking log and it turns into a productive take. Incredible, man. Yeah, no, definitely. We should just do, nuclear holocaust by there is one way to trigger nuclear holocaust, and that is this. If China were to turn around and be like, we're arresting the president of the most powerful nation on the planet. Incredible. Thank you, chatter. You did it. Yeah, check logs. Let's fucking shit. I thought that was BB. Okay, true. Well, you can't do that to him too.
The U.S. and China over Iran.
Greg Castro.
Unless you're Zohran Kwame Mamdani, the mayor of New York, the only person more powerful than Benjamin Netanyahu.
From in Riyadh, many thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Joining us now, CNN national security analyst Alex Plitzis with more on this. Let's start about this trip and what this means in the context of this moment with the Iran war, Alex. What role do you think China can play, could play, wants to play in bringing the Iran war to an end?
So China's got some competing interests here in the sense that if there was, greater economic damage or cause at the moment, I think you'd be seeing a more active role from President Xi Jinping. Made it clear from interlocutors in the region that the Iranian foreign minister speaks to his Chinese counterpart on a pretty regular basis. China imports a lot of oil. It does a lot of business. And so it becomes a question of when they intervene and if they do and why. So with the United States being tied up, we've also seen Chinese, precursors for weapons and things of that nature that have been coming in by ship. So it almost favors China to see if they can leave us there as long as possible until there's an economic impact, because we're expending a lot of munitions and things that may be needed for contingency operations in the Pacific.
There's an old saying that only Nixon could go to China, but
Chuck Schumer on President Trump's visit to China. I think the Democrats are going to drop the ball on this China stuff, by the way, which is expected. LeBron is leaving LA to play in Israel like Patrick Beverley did. Why would you do this to me? So close. So close to the fucking to the 4-game sweep that LeBron had to endure. That's crazy. God damn, dude. God damn. Yeah, he's changing his name to LeBron James too. Don't mind me just list sweeping. Okay, shut the fuck up. It was also interesting. One thing I'll say about last night, there were, first of all, very few Oklahoma City fans. Okay. There were very few Oklahoma City fans in the crypto stadium, but virtually all of the OKC fans were Hasanabi heads. It was kind of shocking. Real working class team, it seems. Every single person that came up to me after the game was a Hasanabi head that wanted to take a photo, was an OKC fan. No shit. Flying/tickets is expensive. Yeah.
Soon they'll say, only Trump could sell out to China. Xi Jinping has Donald Trump salivating at the prospect of $1 trillion Chinese investments. In America, that would threaten America's supply chains, threaten economic independence, threaten national security, strengthen China at the expense of American strength. Donald Trump wants a deal with China so badly.
Dude, this is bad politics and bad policy, which is expected from the Democrats as always. It's bad policy because it's objectively good to normalize relations with China instead of fucking posturing like we're going to go and do war with a country that is responsible for 30% of all of our trade. Okay? And it's bad politics because you look like you're at odds with Donald Trump bringing in like $1 trillion investment into the country. What happens if there is a fucking Chinese factory that opens up? The best possible way to communicate here is I don't think Donald Trump is competent enough. He has very clearly made China out to be this ultimate villain. And therefore, I don't think that Donald Trump is going into this deal with any leverage. And he would have had a lot more leverage if we just continued with the JCPOA, for example. If the real fear here was Iran having nukes, which we know wasn't a real fear at all, wasn't a sincere fear at all, according to Donald Trump's very own intelligence community assessment, that waging diplomacy rather than war would have been the best possible outcome. Depressingly, many Democrats are even more hawkish on China than Trump. I mean, this makes sense. This makes sense. The ban of Chinese cars, a demand for ban of Chinese cars is that's not bad politics. Let's be real. That makes sense. If Chinese manufacturing was happening on U.S. soil, it would destroy Ford. It would be over. I mean, Jim Farley has openly admitted that. He went to China. He literally has one of the only Chinese cars that he uses as his daily driver, by the way, which he openly admits is an incredible ride. And he straight up said, I went to China. I saw their capabilities. If Chinese cars come to U.S. soil, it's over for Ford. There will be no more Ford. So yeah, if you care about one of the only remaining American manufacturing sectors that isn't building baby murder machines, the automobile industry, then yeah, you have to do trade protectionism like that. What about Tesla? Tesla can suck my dick. Does the song cover global events anymore? Or is it just American news? We're literally talking about a Beijing summit that's taking place. That is that's number one and number two most powerful countries meeting. You know, it's straight up global events. I mean, virtually everything that America does is global events, but this is the most global of global events.
He could sell out on American manufacturing. He could sell out on chips. He could sell out on Taiwan, which produces many of these chips. He could sell out on AI and on any number of grave issues that will determine who dominates the 21st century. Right now, again, to get his photo in the newspapers and try what work to raise his very low poll numbers, he's going to sell out to China. We can't let Trump willingly give China our superior American technology or allow him to serve Taiwan to the Chinese Communist Party on a silver platter just so he can get the satisfaction of saying he made a deal.
I just don't think Democrats should ever come across like the more militant party because it just doesn't give them any benefit whatsoever. The base doesn't care about it. The base doesn't want it. And the broader electorate never will see you as the more militant party. Okay? It's unbelievably stupid. It's the same on immigration. You should never be we're going to be marginally less racist, but still racist party when it comes to immigration. It's so fucking stupid.
Street, really. Tiananmen Square to the left.
Why are you a protectionist? Buddy, I'm a socialist. What do you mean? If you have trade to protect, it's understandable to engage in a little bit of trade protectionism. The fuck? I know. I mean, as a consumer, I would love for a Chinese electric vehicle. Okay? But, you know, as an American citizen who cares about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that would go away if there was no automobile manufacturing, of course I care a little bit about trade protectionism. Yes, why do you hate us? You don't own Ford stock? It doesn't matter. It's not about owning Ford stock. I also have the capacity to purchase whatever platinum healthcare coverage I want to fucking purchase for myself, but I still want Medicare for all, right? It's called empathy.
The Forbidden City to the right. I mean, look, I've lived here sort of 3.5 years, and every time you come here still, you get a sense of how impressive it is.
Yeah, a haunted history, of course. 1989, with student protests here.
Okay, they fucking opened that shit up, dude. Holy shit. Remember when we were going to Tiananmen Square? Remember when we went to Tiananmen Square, chat? It was not that easy to travel across Tiananmen Square. God damn. I wonder if it was because it was like the flag raising ceremony or something. God, it's so beautiful. It's so nice. It's so warm, probably. They're biking. They're living my dream.
Hundreds. Nobody's quite sure of the exact figure.
They probably took a train there or back. Stop! They probably did. Oh, God. The fucking high-speed rail between Beijing and Shanghai. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Take me back. Fuck. Oh, my God. I'm getting fucking psychic damage right now. Oh, I'm in Los Angeles, California. I'm not in Beijing. I'm not in Beijing on a high-speed rail train route to Shanghai. Oh, eating decadent Chinese meals, ordering off my telephone. Oh, my God.
Massacred by the authorities.
That's right, but certainly not what the authorities want this place to be remembered for now. And look up here, this is actually the Great Hall of the People, and it's where the big decisions get made, and crucially this week, it's where the serious meetings will happen between Xi and Trump.
Consequential. Superpowers at the crossroads. Before he left Washington, Donald Trump, he was asked specifically about the impact of Iran on the agenda. He made the point.
Okay, I have FOMO. This is like not going to TwitchCon and seeing all your friends party at TwitchCon from afar. I have FOMO. I'm not even friends with these people, but like the entire press contingency is in China right now. They're all having fun. They're all eating the best Chinese food. Oh my God. I have FOMO. I should have been there. I should have gone there. I should have gone this week. I should have gone. I'm lemon, bro. I'm sour again. You don't even like TwitchCon? Yeah, but I still like, seeing friends.
China, he said, gets 40% of his oil through the Strait of Hormuz. She would like to see a deal get done.
He's not wrong about the fact that China would like to see the strait reopening. It would. I mean, it's been hit economically by that as much as any other country. But I think Trump's pretty deluded if he thinks that China's just going to hand it to him on a platter.
Yeah, Trump he's weakened by the stalemate in the Strait of Hormuz, isn't he? Belittled, I think. And he comes here asking Xi to lift him out the quicksand.
And be in no doubt, China absolutely love that imagery. It plays for them so well. And they know they have a stronger hand at the negotiating table now. Trade, I suppose, is sort of the easy bit because they had this big trade war between them, high tariffs, and it was sort of mutually destructive. It didn't really benefit either of them. So I think certainly from the Chinese perspective, look, they'd like tariffs to come down, of course, but I think it was really the unpredictability, the constant changing that really hurt them. So they'll be seeking some predictability.
The White House is framing it as a rebalancing of the relationship with the Chinese, an effort to restore US economic independence. Basically, they're setting up a structure to rein in the Chinese, I think, that doesn't have confrontation at the heart of it in the way it used to.
And look, I think the Chinese will make a few purchases to please Trump. It's quite easy for them to do.
Yeah, everyone knows the game is up, by the way. It's not even, I feel like I'm not even capable of offering unique analysis right now because the situation is so obvious that like you're hearing Western press basically have similar takes to myself. Normally, there's usually some significant disagreements, some big differences in the way that Western press approaches the issue of China, and someone like myself will approach the issue of China, and it's kind of glaringly obvious that Trump has no leverage coming into this fucking meeting, and Xi Jinping is going to offer some niceties along the way, maybe some investment, maybe like some factories that they'll open, and that's it. And America is probably going to cave on a lot of stuff with regards to Taiwan. The real unique thing here is normally Western media would find a way to talk about this as like talk about this as though it's like unbelievably sinister, right? Oh, they're going to offer some they're going to offer some benefits, but then they're going to try to do it Chinese style. Ooh, they're going to wage war somehow. And it's interesting that they've just given up.
They'll buy some soybeans, they'll buy some Boeing aircraft, but economically, I think the real biggie between them is the rare earths, right? China dominates it, the US needs it, and I think Trump would like a bit more guarantee that they'll be able to access those crucial materials. And look, it's a guarantee that I don't think China will necessarily give.
Do you hear this? Do you know how insane it is to hear this kind of commentary from Western press? For the last decade, when I said anything similar to this, where I just like any sort of like accurate reporting on what China was intending to do and what America was trying to get out of like whatever deal with China, you would get hit with a fucking beam of, oh my God, you love China so much. You're a China glazer. You're a China dick rider. Fuck you. You hate America. You want America to die. Bro, you were saying this a month ago? Of course I was saying this a month ago because PBS, Piker Broadcasting News Service, is sponsored by you, the people, and it's always for you, the people. PBS, for tomorrow's news today. PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, will never run ads. The only way to support the show and to support independent media is by using your Twitch Prime account or by gifting a sub or by subscribing for $6 a month. PBS, for tomorrow's news today, for next month's news today.
So finally, of course, we should talk about Taiwan because the Chinese certainly will be. And they see a really, really important opportunity with Trump to sort of make some progress.
I think the concern, certainly in Taiwan, is that this is a guy, a president, who does politics on instinct, on self-interest, and, who may, in discussions with Xi, freestyle his way towards some kind of concession or...
Beijing, this trip...
Bro, this is what I mean. Yo, come on. I'm so jealous. I miss these fucking massive cities. Trump was asked when departing the White House for Beijing if Xi Jinping was the person who could bring Iran's ceasefire back to life. And he said he'd like whatever Xi can help with. Called Xi a wonderful guy and a friend of mine. And Xi plans to return the favor and visit the U.S.
President Trump is making his way over here to Beijing. This trip to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping was already postponed once because of the war in Iran, and Trump was hoping to land here with that conflict behind him, but now it's expected to be one of the biggest issues on the table. Trump wants Xi Jinping to use his leverage to convince Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But what I'm told from experts is that while China wants this war to end, they don't want to get too deeply involved. They really see this issue as America's problem to solve. And Beijing can't afford to be patient here. They can wait this out because they've built enough energy reserves. What Beijing actually wants from this meeting, I'm told, is a longer tariff truce, as well as fewer restrictions on advanced technology exports and easier access to U.S. investments. Now, President Trump, for his part, he also wants to walk away from this with some tangible wins he can take home. He wants trade deals. He wants China to commit to buying U.S. planes, agriculture, and energy. Artificial intelligence talks are also expected to be on the table. Plus, President Trump is going to be traveling here with more than a dozen CEOs, including Elon Musk and Tim Cook, also top executives from Meta, Visa, and Goldman. That tells you just how much is riding on this trip.
What is this? Access to Chinese citizenship would be like gender affirming care for autistics? What the fuck? That's so stupid. Oh. That's crazy. Truk. Oh, man. Wait, the Chinese think American eats babies? Yeah. New York Times reporting on classified U.S. intelligence assessments of Iranian missile capacity reiterates that they've maintained 70% of their missiles and launchers, but adds that 90% of their underground storage and launch facilities are also still active. Once again, PBS for Tomorrow's News Today, Piker Broadcasting Service. This is why they pay me the big bucks, $6 at a time. But I think y'all know we've been reporting on this. We've been making this assessment without the CIA for basically the last 2 months. Oh my God. How could this have happened? Iran has designed its missile program with the acknowledgement of not being able to protect its airspace and relied on hardened underground missile cities to compensate. U.S. and Israeli attacks apparently disabled the entrances of some of these facilities and hit surface buildings. Dude, literally, this is how you have a competitive edge. This is how you have a competitive edge in these conversations with those who you talk to. I've been telling you this for months. Okay? I've been telling you this for months. Okay? U.S. and Israeli attacks apparently disabled the entrances of some of these facilities and hit service buildings, but as many observed at the time, the attacks were failing to actually penetrate the underground facilities where the operations were carried out and missiles were kept in storage. Most problematically, for a renewed campaign, the missile complexes near Hormuz are almost all still active according to the assessment. If the U.S. initial assessment is accurate, it also explains why Iran was able to maintain a steady rate of missile fire until the end of the war. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Look at that. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have looked at the Iranian missile strikes that kept up in spite of the American and Israeli bombing campaigns? I think they really believe that temporarily suppressing Iranian missile fires, caving in tunnel entrances, and whacking cheap missile launchers would be enough because Iran would fold after a few days. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Because they're fucking stupid. Wait, Trump was lying? We already knew that Trump was lying. That's elementary. That's like a novice take, okay? Yes, of course Trump was lying. That's all he does. And it's not even necessarily a lie, I guess. He's just stupid, okay? He doesn't know shit. I don't even know if he knows what he's saying. What Trump is saying is irrelevant. It's immaterial. What's important is whether or not Iran was able to keep up a steady pace of attacks. Okay? That's how you can make that assessment. I told you what their strike capabilities look like, what the Iranian strike capabilities look like. This is important to understand how I was conducting this analysis. Okay? Because you can do this as well. You can do this on your own. It's not like I have the capacity to see what was going on in the ground. We had very limited knowledge, right? But what you can do in this situation, when you're monitoring the situation, is through open source intelligence, look at what the Iranian TELs look like, how easy they are to fabricate, how easy they are to repair, and how cost effective it is for Iran to sometimes even deploy single launchers off the backs of pickup trucks and then release them and wait for some return fire from American Air Force or the Israeli Air Force. And if they don't actually get struck in 15 minutes, they just go back into those K trucks and bring them back inside into their cave systems. And I told you over and over again that they had no capacity, even with bunker busters, to truly penetrate these facilities. And therefore, all they could do is basically close up the mouths to these caves. But lo and behold, what was on the inside of those caves, inside of these complex tunnel systems? Bulldozers that they could use to dig themselves out of those tunnel systems. And I told you over and over again that they were not capable of actually hitting the silos, okay? Because the most powerful thing to stop missiles still to this day is dirt, okay? It's earth. That's it. And they use their topography to their advantage. That's why they built those cave systems and those tunnels and those underground missile silos inside of these fucking mountains, okay? Raw earth and dirt. That's what stops missiles better than anything else.
Appeasement, and any micro shift in the US position resets the baseline for future discussions.
And it would have massive consequences in this region. It's exactly what China wants. Even the fact that this summit is happening is really great for the Chinese. It is a perfect chance to tell the world, hey, look, we're grown-ups, we're the stable superpower, and we can handle this all-important relationship and this all-important president.
China is on the march.
The United States and China, so much about the world we live in, rides on their relationship.
We've always had a great relationship.
How they compete, how they come together, shapes the global order. It will do for generations to come.
Theirs is a relationship defined by competition, both racing to be the biggest and the best, economically, technologically, militarily. But under Donald Trump, this is a relationship that has been far from smooth.
China. China, we're speaking to China.
There have been tariffs and trade wars.
China, first row.
Trump meets Xi is the next round of Who's the Daddy, in a game that neither.
Who's the daddy? Oh, how do you have all this knowledge? I don't know. I'm a curious person and I download information into my brain every single fucking day, every waking moment. I read a lot. I think a lot. You can too. It's not that unique. I don't have any unique capabilities. I don't have profound insight. I'm not a particularly intelligent person. I don't have any additional skills. Okay? I'm a very average person. But yeah, as I was saying, it's like all this stuff is foreseeable. That's the reason we foresaw it. Okay? I'm a regular ass dude. I think one of the most significant skills that I have, or rather one of the biggest advantages that I have, is unlike many of my peers, I don't have the same kind of automatic predisposition towards Western chauvinism and, American imperialism, this idea that America is a force for good. I can look at the oppositional forces. I can look at foreign adversaries, not as foreign adversaries, but as, nation states that have the same exact interest that we do, an interest in maintaining their sovereignty, right? Add to that the you know, immortal science of Marxist Leninism and the analysis born out of dialectical materialism. And you can make, you know, you have tremendous predictive power. Yes, just like Professor Jiang. Game theory. The U.S. intelligence assessment is accurate. It also explains why Iran was able to maintain a steady rate of missile fire until the end of the war, and also suggested U.S. and Israel simply wasted a lot of top-tier standoff munitions that were created and stockpiled specifically for peer and near-peer adversaries. Not a fucking middle power. Not for Iran, but for Russia and for China. That's what the fucking craziest part about this is, that they expended their munitions that they had for some kind of future conflict with Russia or China. And the only reason why they did that is because the Iranian anti-air defense systems were more competent than they previously thought. This is another very important aspect of this that I don't see too much in the analysis. If this is correct, it would also explain why there was a sharp pivot towards counter-value attacks against Iranian civilian targets like universities, bridges, and power stations in the last days of the campaign, even though missile fire had not been suppressed. It may have just been impossible with the resources and conditions at hand, which necessitated Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization, which ultimately came right before the ceasefire. That's exactly what happened. That's also exactly what I said. I told you the reason why they're moving to civilian targets, if you remember my analysis from back then, I told you very clearly, okay, that the reason why they're moving to civilian targets is because they cannot achieve their military objectives by striking missile silos. If you recall, that's why I told you. They were like, fuck it, we ball. We can't actually successfully attrit their strike capabilities, so we're moving to apply pressure by doing, you know, a little bit of ethnic cleansing, a little bit of genocide, just a little baby bit, by doing some war crimes, doing some terrorism. We destroyed their nuclear program, says Nathan J. Robinson. Okay, fine, we didn't destroy it, but we eliminated the regime. Okay, fine, we didn't eliminate it, but we destroyed all their missile launchers. Okay, fine, we didn't do that either. But hey, we did waste $30 billion and kill dozens of schoolgirls. Yeah, in your analysis, you're forgetting about the fact that a bunch of the targets Trump blew up were actually just inflatable heated dummies from China. Helium is one of the valuable resources restricted by the Strait. Those inflatables are super high value. Okay, that's funny. But yeah, for those of you who are maybe just now tuning in and you're like, oh, I have this opinion of you, Hasan. Getting my food. Thank you. For those of you who are just now tuning in, when you're like, oh, Hasan, you have a lot of fucking haters. Like, if you get your information from, you know, drama slop tubers on the internet, you're not going to have a decent understanding of what the fuck's going on in the world. Okay? There's a reason why I interview actual analysts, college professors and the like, rather than get my fucking notes from drama slop tubers. Okay? Those people don't have a decent understanding of the world at all. They don't know what the fuck's going on in front of them. So stop relying on dumb fuck drama tubers who take every important issue that's happening around the world and turn it into Hasan bad somehow. Okay? It's very frustrating that I have to deal with so many stupids when I'm doing this coverage in the background, acting as though they have a profound grasp on all of this shit. And yes, that even includes more competent, more skilled orators like Sexpestany, who doesn't have a fraction of the analytical skills here. And I will say that sincerely. He only has the capacity to present himself as a knowledgeable person to stupid people. Okay? He's arrogant, he's confident, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. All he does is engage in ad hoc and after the fact rationalizations. Not even rationalizations necessarily, but it's just talking points. L crash out? Sure. Yeah, ad hoc and post hoc rationalizations. Look at the Chinese media and their coverage on this trip in a second. Iran still has missile manufacturing capabilities in the form of underground missile cities reinforced with... Yes, I know. We've talked about that as well. They still have their productive capacity as well. Trump the nation builder. It's true. For China.
Can afford to lose.
So, headed into this historic summit, who has the upper hand? Who should the world look to for global leadership? Who is the greatest superpower? I'm Helen Ann Smith, Sky News' Asia correspondent in China.
And I'm James Matthews, US correspondent in Washington, D.C.
So, there's this extremely popular phrase doing the rounds on Chinese social media at the moment. The phrase is 川建国. It literally translates as Trump,
the nation builder.
So 川建国.
你们都以为川建国发起关税战，
特朗普起的名字真的恰如其分，川建国。
But here's the catch. It doesn't mean that Trump is building up his own nation. What it implies is that his actions are allowing China to increase its national standing. The Chinese people are trolling Donald Trump big time. But do they have a point?
Piker Broadcasting Service.
Is
oh my
big
God.
News over there.
Fuck it. I'm going to glaze myself again. Piker Broadcasting Service. We've been saying this for literally the past 2 years. For the past 2 years. For the past 2 years. Western media is now saying this. It's incredible. Oh my God.
What about Xi Jinping over here? Do you know the name of the leader of China?
No, I don't.
Xi Jinping? I know it's like Xiaoping, I believe.
Chai Ping, something like that.
I don't think I could. I'm sorry, I'm not that involved in politics.
Xi Jinping?
Yeah.
Xi Jinping? No.
This is the Department of Labor in Washington, D.C., now with a big poster of Donald Trump on the front. Look at the size of it. It has a dear leader feel. It could almost be China. Trump changed the face of trade with China. He started a trade war in his first term. Businessman Trump didn't see the business sense in a massive trade deficit. Donald Trump slapped tariffs on Beijing, and they got bigger. His second term saw Liberation Day, tariffs for all, China in particular.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. China, first row.
This was a president who wanted to reassert economic dominance. It didn't necessarily work out.
The problem for Trump is that this time, China decided it wasn't going to take it lying down. The economy here is anchored largely in the manufacture of goods, sold locally, yes, in places like this, but also shipped en masse to places like America. But despite that reliance, the judgment was that the economy was resilient enough to fight back. China could match strength with strength. And so a tit-for-tat escalation followed, which saw tariffs at their height of over 125%.
China's retaliation squeezed Donald Trump. So did the US Supreme Court when it skewered his tariff policy. Today, US-China tariffs are down on both sides. America has felt the pain of a trade war, and Trump isn't delivering on.
How many people came to me during Liberation Day, how many hogs came in here and tried to say, oh, yeah, this is based. Oh, Hasan, you're just pro-China. You don't understand. Sometimes I think about this where it's like, I had to duke it out with fucking Asmongold fans while I was literally saying exactly what was going to happen, which now, you know, Western press is also covering.
Promises to bring down prices. That's not just a China thing, but China is a big factor.
But China has a trump card, if you like, and it's something based far away from commercial centres like this. China is almost totally dominant in the rare earth element industry. These are the vital components used to make everything from smartphones to cars, from AI technology to cutting-edge weaponry. They had the US over a barrel and they knew it, and they didn't flinch turning off the taps to inflict pain and secure leverage. It is an ace card. They're probably not yet done playing. The Bund in Shanghai is one of the best places to come if you want to understand just how far China's economy has come. On the one side, European built at a time of weakness and colonial domination, and on the other, this glassy tribute to China's modern, ultra-rapid economic growth. But beyond no doubt, Trump's trade war has caused real pain here. The economy is reliant on exports, and many of them were to the US. And then there are other problems: debt, deflation, a limping property market, high youth unemployment. But interestingly,
the limping property market is irrelevant. It's immaterial. It doesn't matter. But the only real problem that they point to here is actually youth unemployment. That is a genuine issue. And this also speaks to one of China's, I would say, most interesting aspects of governance. They don't do any, like, they do very little welfare, right? Like, they don't have any interest in welfare whatsoever. And they have a lot of youth unemployment right now. And people are just like moving back into their smaller towns with no real job prospects whatsoever. So that is a huge issue. Yeah, they think idle hands are the devil's plays logic. Yes. No, the U.S. is not worse. That's how little welfare plays a role in Chinese governance. There's a lot of gig economy shit.
none of this necessarily weakens Xi Jinping's hand at the negotiating table. China is pursuing new markets, and it has a far higher tolerance for pain. Rising prices won't affect him at the ballot box.
America imports far more from China than it exports, more than $400 billion compared to $100 billion. Donald Trump will attempt a rebalancing act when he goes to Beijing. But rolling back decades of outsourcing and reliance on China isn't straightforward. Sanctions are a blunt instrument. Two can play that game and both can lose. The two countries have learnt that much. Expect Donald Trump to finesse his strategy. The Americans travel to Beijing with a longer game in mind, less confrontational than they've been in the past. There's a reason they call the occupant of the White House the leader of the free world. In the West, US leadership has preserved life as we've known it for the past 80 years. With Donald Trump, not so much. He's broken the mold, fractured old alliances. He's threatened to pull out of NATO and even threatened to annex Greenland, a place that falls under NATO's umbrella. This is an erratic, unpredictable president. Donald Trump has undermined old certainties and cast a vision of a different global order, all the while cozying up to the world's dictators. He does so with an eye on China. He himself styled the phrase Dunro Doctrine, It asserts US dominance over the Western Hemisphere, exerting American strength.
Dude, it is kind of funny when they're covering this stuff. On the one hand, they're like, well, you know, China has some problems too, but also they don't have like a normal election system, obviously, in the same way that we do in the United States of America. So like that's a little bit advantageous when you think about it. And it's like they are actively trying to make it seem like there is any sort of equivalence, any sort of parity in who is suffering between these two adversaries. And they just cannot, because especially when it comes to foreign policy maneuvers, foreign policy engineering, and you know, global stability, there is no equivalence between China and Trump. China straight up has been able to present themselves as a real successor of you know, Western liberalism and the grand design for international trade, as opposed to Donald Trump, who is only representing chaos in the global stage. It's so funny. They're like, yeah, you know, Trump tried to invade Greenland. Also, well, China's just kind of looking at China's just trying to look at the situation and I guess benefiting from all this chaos.
In that part of the world and opposing Chinese influence.
This hotel has a really important place in the history of the US-China relationship. It was the place where, in 1972, President Nixon came. He met with the then Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai, and they signed what's known as the Shanghai Communique. It was, in essence, the starting point of their modern geopolitical relationship. And it marked a moment where China was coming out of a period of international isolation. How strikingly different things are today.
By the way, that's why they fucking love Nixon and also Kissinger in China. The only country where it's totally valid to actually put respect on Henry Kissinger's name is China, because, you know, they are the reason why the UN got the PRC and flipped the script on ROC, Republic of China, and recognized PRC as the true China, which was already the case. But I wonder, you know, how long America could have held out without that recognition. Like, I wonder how long it would have taken, or how different things could have been if Nixon didn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if China would look like, or foreign policy, or like Chinese foreign policy would resemble North Korea foreign policy.
As the great convener, the grown-up in the room. And it's been seeking allegiances that might rebalance a global order that it has long seen as too Western-centric, from vast investments in the global south to new networks and summits with it at the core. China pitches itself as an unjudgmental friend to nations shunned by the West, as a predictable, stable partner to nations who might feel let down by the states. And crucially, it's been working.
But does more heft in the world mean more heft with Donald Trump? And what do people here think?
Who do you think is the stronger leader going into their meeting next week, Xi Jinping or Donald Trump?
那我说习近平吧。
为什么？
因为他是我们中国的领导人。
Do you think to have Donald Trump as the president of the United States, do you think that makes the world less safe or more safe?
这个战争是他发起的吧？你说呢？
Maybe a crazy man.
A crazy man.
现在我认为中国的智库应该也是很强大的，会对他有办法的，会对他有办法的。
The United States has the...
They did a study on this. They asked Chinese citizens there was a poll that just recently came out where they were like, which military is more powerful according to your estimation? And I think Chinese citizens overwhelmingly said America's military is more powerful, but like, which economy is more powerful? The Chinese citizens were like, the Chinese economy is more powerful. Like, which leader has more, which leader is looking better in the global stage? I think they said like it was the Chinese leader.
World's most powerful military, tried and tested through time. This is a memorial in Washington to veterans of the Korean War. Its power is clear to see in Iran, but so is America's vulnerability. Military intervention hasn't given Donald Trump what he wants, neither has diplomacy, not yet at least. It questions his judgment, his strategic competence. It's not a good look for the US president as he arrives in Beijing. Neither is America's request to the Chinese to lean on its friends in Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In the constantly shifting power dynamic between Washington and Beijing, China saving the day isn't the shift that Donald Trump had scripted.
Trump's military adventures also give China the opportunity to push the stable superpower narrative, but it does shed light on China.
I'm sorry, is that a narrative or is that just abject reality? At some point, we got to come to terms with that, right? Because, like, you're not American, you're fucking British. From your perspective, I know the immediate inclination is like, we got to fucking dick ride America, but
His reluctance to intervene militarily. It did not rush to the aid of either Iran or Venezuela, even though both were good friends. Over recent years, China has poured billions into modernizing and expanding its military. It might now be the biggest in the world, but it's not the most capable, and it's certainly not the most experienced. The modern PLA have actually never officially fought a war. Monuments to the war dead here remember those who fought many decades ago. Remember too, China doesn't mind one bit the US being distracted and depleted elsewhere. It has its eyes on Taiwan, the self-governing democracy it has sworn to retake by force.
oh my God. This lady is definitely a liberal. China should deport her. Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Don't behave like Chinese hogs. Okay, you can't be a fucking right-winger for China. Okay, that's crazy. Deport her. You know what you behave like when you do that? It's going to hurt to hear this, but you sound like Asmongold fans who are European who LARP as MAGA. I know it hurts to have a mirror reflected back at you, but it's kind of true. Now, obviously, the counter here is, well, you know, some dicks are worth riding, right? LeBron James. But, you know.
If necessary. US intervention is probably the only thing that could stop it, and it is perhaps the greatest challenge between them.
Could Taiwan count on Donald Trump to come to its defense? Some aren't so sure. On the face of it, his position is the same as his predecessors, strategic ambiguity. But unlike presidents before him, who've made it...
Bro. America can't even defend its own bases. in the Strait of Hormuz, in the Gulf of Persia, in the Persian Gulf. What makes you think they are going to be able to militarily defend Taiwan? I'm sorry. They literally pulled out the THAAD missile launchers from Korea and panic shipped them to Israel. What are we talking about? It's over. It's done. It's done. We need to do recognize that it's done and try to chart a different path forward, one that doesn't engage our major foreign adversary militarily, but one that actually tries to create stability in the world.
Clear they would come to Taiwan's defense if China attacked. Donald Trump's public statements have left room for doubt.
Propaganda has been so central to the growth and the survival of the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh my God. Wait, don't tell me. They have a rose-colored view of their complex. What's next? Do they also do that in their museums? What? You're telling me for the first time, China, the only country that does this. Wow. I can't believe it. Good thing we don't do that. Oh. Yeah, we have slavers carved in the mountains that were native grounds.
Party, and this museum documents.
Tell the joke, Hasan. A CIA agent and a KGB agent get together in a Berlin cafe. They're communicating for the first time. The CIA agent tells the KGB agent, "Hey, I saw your latest communiques. I must say, that's some excellent propaganda." The KGB agent turns around and says, "Thank you. Right back at you. You also have some excellent propaganda." CIA agent says, "What propaganda?" End joke. This isn't even a funny joke. Did I fuck it up? I thought I delivered it, right? It's like barely a joke is just true. Well, those are the best jokes.
It in all of its varied glory, but you get a real sense being here of just how opposing the two systems are. For China, the party's ultimate control of society, of the narrative, sees democracy as a flawed, chaotic, divisive, even hampering system. And the two men at the top, well, they could hardly be more different.
I mean, I like democracy. I like theoretical democracy. I'm a big champion of it. But the current formation of democracy that we have in Western liberal capitalist nations is objectively becoming a failure. And one might even say it was always a complex process that was slated for inevitable defeat. That's it. The whole point of this system is that we arrive at the best possible outcomes for the people. If you're not arriving at the best possible outcomes for the people, then it doesn't fucking matter if you're under a monarchy or under a dictatorship, right? The reason why we don't like monarchies and dictatorship is because they have a much higher likelihood of creating chaos, death, and destruction, and harming people's material conditions instead of improving them. That's the reason why we don't like those systems. That's the reason why we are critical of those systems. There's no like intrinsic good to any mode of governance beyond what it can do to people. Okay? What it can do for people. It's that simple. And part of the reason why I think a lot more people are totally on board with whatever the fuck's going on in China nowadays is not necessarily just because China has developed tremendously and they have all the bells and whistles, the RGB cities, all this stuff, but also because the American or the Western system, rather, is demonstrably collapsing. And it's collapsing in a way where the contradictions are worsening and people can feel it. People can experience it. And it causes people to go, what are we doing here? What's going on? Why are we existing under this system? It doesn't work. And that can be very dangerous. Okay? That can be very dangerous because that kind of illiberalism, that kind of illiberal sentiment oftentimes is what has that kind of illiberal attitude is what leads to fascism. And that's what we're seeing in America right now with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is taking one of the two major liberal parties and turning it into an illiberal fascist party.
He's a very tough negotiator. That's not good.
Xi Jinping doesn't need to worry about the next news cycle. He will play the long and strategic game. Both say they want a more stable relationship, but real trust in the context of the systems that divide them, well, that might never be possible.
The Lincoln Memorial, Abraham Lincoln looking down on us. Nothing says legacy quite like this place. How Trump handles Xi will define much about his presidency, his legacy too. The subject matter is key, of course. So is the dynamic between the two. Do they get along? Donald Trump says so. He describes their relationship as excellent, very good. The inscrutable President Xi is less forthcoming, but his actions speak to a friendship of convenience, of necessity. They are leaders pursuing stability between them for mutual benefit, but it's complicated. How Trump handles China will do much to define his presidency and his place in political history. It matters to him. It matters to all of us.
An historic summit on China's home turf. A meeting not just about personal legacy, but about national ascendancy too. A balancing act between superpowers with truly global implications.
We're following an unusual story about a local mayor in California who...
All right, now we're looking at the enemy from within. The mayor of Arcadia
has admitted to spreading propaganda on behalf of the Chinese government. Eileen Wang agreed to a plea bargain just 3 months after she became mayor of Arcadia. Nicole Skanga is following this. Nicole, so let me get this straight. The FBI accuses her of working with Chinese agents?
That's right, Nate. Good morning. Eileen Wang agreed last month to plead guilty to one felony count after admitting she promoted interests for the People's Republic of China through propaganda efforts. Yesterday, prosecutors unsealed the filing, and city officials say Wang officially resigned as mayor of Arcadia.
Hello, everyone. When Eileen Wang was campaigning to join Arcadia City Council, the U.S. Justice Department says the now mayor was acting as an illegal agent of the People's Republic of China. Prosecutors say between 2020 and 2022, the 58-year-old and her former fiancé operated a website called U.S. News Center that looked like a legitimate outlet for the local Chinese American community. Wang admitted she received directives through the messaging app WeChat from Chinese government officials, posting pre-written articles denying human rights abuses in China and reporting back to her handlers on how many people viewed them. In one case, a Chinese official sent Wang an article saying in part, "There is no genocide in Xinjiang. There is no such thing as forced labor in any production activity, including cotton production." Wang reposted it on her own website, and a PRC official responded, quote, "So fast, thank you everyone." Wang never disclosed that the Chinese government told her to post the content, according to the court documents.
At this point, it's not entirely clear why Eileen Wang conducted these activities.
CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd.
There are specific requirements for U.S. citizens who are conducting activities on behalf of a foreign government. You can actually spread narratives on behalf of the Chinese government. You just have to register as a foreign agent.
In a statement through her attorneys, Wang says she recognizes the seriousness of this charge and has agreed to accept responsibility for her past personal mistakes. She now faces up to 10 years in prison. Matt?
Dude. Unless you're Israel. I love this story because it's like, I love this story personally because it's like you can literally eat Benjamin Netanyahu's dick on the floor of the Senate. You could be like, this is a life-size chocolate dildo replica of Benjamin Netanyahu's penis, and I'm throating it. And people will be like, can I give you $1 billion for your campaign? Let's get you more money for your next election. Okay? Meanwhile, you post one fucking article being like, China's dope. 10 years in jail for you. Incredible. I guess I feel partial because this reminds me a little bit of the Turkey story. It turns out China also has little emotion in comparison to Israel. It's crazy. Like, the fuck is the Arcadia mayor gonna do, man? Israel literally owns Congress. You know? Oh my God, I can't believe the mayor of Arcadia. I can't believe the mayor of Arcadia wrote positive articles about China. Like, we've let pedophiles go. Pedophiles that we caught on U.S. soil that were trying to rape minors on U.S. soil in a sting operation. One of those pedophiles was Benjamin Netanyahu's cybersecurity guy. You know? Secretary of State Marco Rubio was heading Tuesday to Beijing with President Trump despite being under Chinese sanctions. A breakthrough apparently made possible after China changed his name's transliteration. They shouldn't have let him come. Or they should arrest him. Oh my God, that other chatter wasn't wrong. Anyway. Calling Eileen Wang, a Chinese spy, for running a news site that publishes articles sympathetic to China is hilarious because if she were doing it for Israel, we would have given her a Pulitzer. Yeah. They charge her with acting as a foreign agent, i.e. just being on the payroll, not espionage. But, but pro-Israel propaganda is perfectly valid. You can get paid as much as you want, too. I mean, Jonathan Greenblatt does it. Canary Mission does it. And they don't just write, like, pro-Israel shit. They literally do espionage on U.S. soil at the behest of Israel. Yeah. Starting in late 2020, Wang and Yao Ning, Mike's son, worked together to operate a website called U.S. News Center that purported to be a news source for the local Chinese American community. The Justice Department said in a plea agreement that Wang and Son received and executed directives from the PRC government officials to post pro-PRC content on the website and sometimes sought approval from PRC government officials to circulate other pro-PRC content. In one instance, in November 2021, Wang wanted to circulate an article about the Chinese and Russian ambassador asking for Americans to respect the PRC's democratic rights. This is what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wants to send, she said. In her plea agreement, she admitted to not notifying the Attorney General that she was working for the PRC. Individuals elected to public office in the United States should act only in the people of the United States that they represent is such a funny thing to say because I'm sorry, but every single individual elected to public office in the United States should only act for the interests of the people of Israel is the truth. Okay? That is hilarious. The only problem is, I don't know if there was a if there was any payment whatsoever. But I think if you're, like, the rules around this are you have to register as a foreign agent. That's it. Like, Paul Manafort is a great example. You remember Paul Manafort? Donald Trump's campaign manager? He did this shit for years for every country.
American primary elections.
Is Barry Weiss registered as a foreign agent? No, but she should be. Actually, she should register to the nearest prison and then transfer to The Hague. Suspected Chinese agent says headquarters was for ping pong, not spying. Current cabinet officials have been registered as foreign agents for the UAE and Qatar, but Republicans don't care. I mean, I don't really care either. As long as you register, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I think it's much better to have transparency in this stuff, which would require every congressperson to register as a foreign agent for the state of Israel. So I had to stop that Fetty Wap Man clip halfway through. It was so fucking hard to watch. All right, let's see Israel's strongest foreign agent.
But you actually want to ban? Yeah, that doesn't seem.
Yeah, I just think I mean, as I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee, and I really stand with our farmers now. And now, of course, we don't want like the factory farm situation. Absolutely opposed to animal cruelty. But for me, if I lived on Mars, yeah, those kinds of that kind of. What's the lab meat would be a great opportunity, but for me right now, like it's. Are
you registered for what? Everything I say, I do on my own. These are my personal thoughts. I don't get paid by American companies, let alone fucking foreign entities. What are you talking about?
Want to ban it? I mean, shouldn't people have the right to eat it?
It's like actively. I mean, if people have a chance to for that, but overall, for me, I think someone that's really. I mean, we are just. I thought, the really highly.
Bro, people used to say like, "Oh, idiocracy," but like this is worse than idiocracy. Like he has genuine brain damage. We have a brain damaged senator. It's kind of crazy.
Highly processed food. I mean, that's exactly the essence of that.
But you
Yeah, this is aminal cruelty, bro. Getting this aminal to be on television like this. This man's brain is scrambled eggs. This is incredibly difficult to watch, says Julian Androne. I also think it's perfectly reasonable to demand serious examination of this man's health and whether he is fit to serve. I agree. I think a competent party would try to get him out. Like they would try to invoke some kind of like medical exemption, try to get him to not be a senator anymore, and then replace them immediately. Because there's also a very real danger that if there is two flips, or if there is, the Michigan seat goes to Abdul, inshallah, and then Graham Plattner wins in Maine, there's still going to be a person that can spoil any kind of Democratic majority in the Senate, which happens to be John Fetterman. So I think they should do that regardless. I don't know the rules in the Senate for expulsion. I wonder how you could do that. No, I don't think. Oh, it takes 2/3 vote to expel from each chamber. Yeah, it's not happening. I was thinking of like, that's not what I was even thinking of. I was thinking of like some kind of like 25th Amendment style situation where you invoke some kind of like medical reason for why he's unfit to serve. I guess you could also trick him. You could be like, Israel's this way. He's like, oh, I love it. I love Israel. I'm an aminal for Israel. Oh. Yeah, you could just trick him like a dog. Yeah, like, come here. Come here. Come here, Fetter. Come here, little Fetty. Come here. I'm an aminal. But like, I do think that we got to get rid of him. Like, we actually have to replace him ASAP. Give him a fucking Kong chew toy, extra durable. Let him go to town.
The editor at the California Post, Joel Pollack, is with me now. So you saw some of the statements in the plea agreement and the things that she published out there. According to the plea agreement, she acted, quote, at the direction and control of the Chinese Communist Party. This happened before she became mayor. This happened after her fiance, who she'd been working with, had been sentenced to jail, yet she was still elected. What are y'all doing there in California?
Well, this is really striking because if she had simply posted these opinions, they would have been protected by the First Amendment. But she admitted now in this guilty plea to taking instructions from someone directly linked to the Chinese government. And it almost seems clumsy, some of the messages that have come out, thank you, leader, and so forth. But it does tell you the high degree of coordination between the Chinese government and senior public officials in towns across America, and very junior.
You ask me, he's the only Dem with a lick of sense. Them leaves need more people like him, says Short Gamba Moth. Hell yeah, brother. He's the only dang liberal I like. And of course, I don't like him very much, regardless of the fact that he's 90% in support of my big, beautiful president. And he's on 90% of the time, he's on my favorite TV channel, Fox News. But he still has got a goddamn D next to his name. So I hate him because I'm a part of a cult, brother. Like, there is genuinely no reason for John Fetterman not to be rewarded for all of his loyalty to the Republican Party. But he's not making it out of a fucking Republican primary, in my opinion.
officials, by the way. The penetration of the Chinese Communist Party is not limited to people in Congress, Eric Swalwell and Fang Fang, for example. It's going right down to the city council level, very local officials. The purpose appears to be, in this case, propaganda, but there may be other objectives as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at what Alyssa Slotkin said, might have been yesterday or the day before, about Chinese penetration into the United States market, all of the cars that are now flooding the U.S. market from China, they're cheap, they're very attractive for people to buy because
where are these? What are you talking? Where? Do these guys live in an alternative reality? What do you mean there's cars penetrating the U.S. market from China? Where is the Chinese penetration? Penetrate me, China. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, penetrate me with a Yangwan. Are they just like inventing shit now? What are they saying? Like what? They just lie nowadays? It's like, I mean, they've always lied. It's not new, but now they're lying about like observable things.
Very sophisticated. She calls them surveillance machines on wheels. We see what China is doing in terms of AI. They're trying to buy up land close to military bases. I mean, it's insidious what's going on here. And now we see that elected officials are working for the Chinese.
And also, as you mentioned, private industry, you have people.
Yeah, China's made significant overtures. China has captured the people of Arcadia. It's over. It's over. We are now officially under communist China control. Arcadia first, Washington, D.C. tomorrow. You and Will are getting mocked. Any response? Team China. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. You hate to see other people living your dream.
Inside companies, AI companies feeding information back to China. And sometimes we do catch them and prosecute them. And many times we do not. And what I think this case shows us is we need to continue digging deeper. And as President Trump leaves for China, as we saw him talking to reporters, that really has to be a question he brings up with Chairman Xi. Why are you doing this? Stop doing it.
Oh, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but it's ruining the relationship.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question to ask Chairman Xi. Chairman Xi, why did you choose Arcadia as a landing pad for, pro-PRC, pro-CPC propaganda? Like, was there perhaps not a bigger city? That's what I want to know. I want to know that as well. So that's actually a good question from Fox News.
Between our two countries, which is difficult anyway, but we do still have a productive trade relationship. Mm-hmm. We are superpowers that need to get along well to run the world, and yet China is continually planting the seeds of some kind of future effort to undermine the United States. It has to be a serious issue that comes up between these two leaders.
Yeah, well, and I imagine it will. Spying on another country is as old as the hills. I went to the Christmas party at the CIA, and they have an amazing museum, by the way, that nobody gets a chance to see because it's inside the CIA. It's got all of the spycraft stuff going back to the 1940s, and it's remarkable the lengths that we went to spy on other countries. So now it's just becoming much more modern. If you can have somebody driving in a car that is spying on them every mile that they go, or you're using an AI model that's spying on you with every keystroke, I mean, that's just spycraft in the modern world.
Well, with the cars especially, they're not just spying on the drivers, but think of it as Google Earth for a Chinese company. So they're going around with cameras and they're getting images of streets. They know the ins and outs of different parts of the United States. It's basically creating a virtual map of our country using these cars and the cameras in these cars to send information back to China.
Yeah, if they were spying on potholes and doing something to remediate those, that'd be one thing. Yeah. I guess they're not. City of Arcadia says, nothing to see here. Everything's cool. They said the allegations at the center of this case that a foreign government sought to exert influence over a local elected official are deeply troubling. We take them serious. However, following an internal review, we can confirm that no city finances, staff, or decision-making processes were involved. Can they be so sure?
Well, you just look at other cities in Southern California that have had similar problems, Lancaster and others. And what comes out of this plea deal is the admission that these Chinese officials were trying to make as...
Yeah, I also had a take on this because Patrick Bet-David was talking big shit about this, being like, where are some of these other Chinese nationals, like, or Chinese Americans that potentially are also spying for China? And I, of course, said, as a big Patrick Bet-David fan, as you guys know, Patrick Bet-David, Valuetainment, you might know him from his MLM schemes, or you might know him from Valuetainment. I know him from being the greatest podcaster to ever do it. But yeah, I said, Patrick Bet-David said, how many more Eileens are out there in politics, Fortune 500 companies, universities, and military? Okay. And I replied to that. I said, Patrick, longtime listener, love to be valuetained. I'm a numbers guy, Patrick. I'm a numbers guy. Okay. I said to myself, Patrick Bet-David, let's grok it. Let's ChatGPT it. Okay. I said, you're literally an Iranian brown man with the most Israeli name of all time. Do you really think the racists will protect you if you keep this up? I said, let's grok it. And I found out when I grokked it that Patrick Bet-David is not seen as a white guy for a lot of white guys. They don't. I grokked it. Grok told me, Patrick Bet-David, is he Israeli? Then I ChatGPT'd it, and ChatGPT told me Patrick Bet-David, Assyrian, Iranian. But yeah, it's always funny to hear any kind of commentary from Republicans on this because they are maximum dick riders of Israel. And it's always, yeah, ran the numbers, not a white guy. Hasan, you're better than that. Don't use that shit. That's so funny. Guy who thinks I'm now actually using AI because I keep saying I ChatGPT'd it, I grokked it in my Patrick Bet-David voice. How about you grok it? Vinny, we got to grok it, Vinny. We got to grok it. We got a guy who is asking, can you ChatGPT? Can you grok it? We got a guy who's not a numbers guy, and we got to work on it. I had honestly positive feelings about McMorrow until the campaign just became a nonstop smear effort. I co-hosted a fundraiser for her a few months ago, the day of the Hasan smear attempt. I made my first donation to El Sayed's campaign, and I'm not a fan of Piker. I will make another one today. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Hashtag Ellen, hashtag vote blue, co-founder of Democracy Marker. For real though, I don't think he's ever actually said patients in the context of his patients. He has talked about them in the context of the medical system generally and how it mistreats them. Yeah, look. NAFO, guess who's back? I personally don't think Michigan should nominate a raging bigot. Oh my God, look at all the flags. Look at all the fucking flags in the bio. Oh my God. Might be a dumb question, but how do you get your news? Do you just have a bunch of subscriptions to the New York Times and such, and you go through them every day? Thanks. Okay, so we got a guy, Pedro Mendez. He asked me, how do you get your news every day? They say, Patrick, you're so good. You run a big business, multi-million-dollar business. Okay? You run a multi-million-dollar business, and then you got a podcast empire. And I tell him, Pedro, I just ChatGPT it. I grok it. I'm a numbers guy. I say, I got a question. I got to ask Gemini. I got to ask Grok. I gotta ask ChatGPT. Yeah. You don't sound like PBD, not one bit. guy who's really loyal to Patrick Bet-David and is offended on his behalf. By the way, oh, that's true. By the way, I'm a numbers guy. By the way, you got to grok it. By the way, this bro's evolving in real time. Yeah. Right. You got to end sentences with right. Can we watch some Patrick Bet-David? Said no one ever. This is literally the Zoran called a woman auntie who was in his auntie stage of Abdul's campaign. Never forget what the mullahs did to us. Yes. When I was a kid, I was 7, maybe 6. And the mullahs, they were terrible. Things were so good. When the Shah, Reza Pahlavi, not sure Reza Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi didn't come on the stream, didn't come on the show, so that's when I knew he's with the mullahs. He didn't want to win. Just staring at a mirror screaming, I'm Patrick Bet-David, grok it. Your Persian diaspora is much closer to Patrick Bet-David? No. Patrick Bet-David's accent is not Persian diaspora. I am not Iranian. I am Persian. Is very different. Okay? It's very different. Patrick Bet-David has a very unique accent. He has a very unique accent. Bernie defending Abdul.
He's actually written the book on Medicare for all. He's a doctor. He's actually written the book on Medicare for all.
He is literally a doctor. Like, that's not in dispute. It's kind of funny that, like I said, when they were attacking him, the best thing that they could possibly hit him with was look at his fucking credentials, which is only going to cause people to go, oh my God, this guy is like unbelievably credentialed. Perhaps he shouldn't be running. It's almost like a waste that he's running for Senate.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
Dr. Abdul El Sayed in the building, running for Senate in Michigan.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady. Yo, fuck this refugee.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
Mao Zedong is one of the great leaders of this world.
Woo! America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it.
It's so funny because like all of the clips they have of me are so bass boosted and so deep fried at this point.
I'm saying it.
This is hummus. You got baba ganoush.
Oh, let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag?
Yeah.
Hezbollah.
Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
But you're actively campaigning with him. It's a choice you're making. So for sure. I know that he's having a conversation with a number of folks who feel locked out.
If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, very funny.
The people who listen to Hasan are engaging in faith. They want.
Oh no, they put the Israel one in there too. That's way funnier. Patrick Bet-David TikTok on Spencer Pratt for research purposes. Dude, it's kind of funny that the Senate Republicans are so scared of Abdul El Sayed that they're doing like these compies. Anyway, that'll be all for today. I have to end early at 6 hours today, and there's a good reason for it. It's because this weekend, one, tomorrow I'll be in Vancouver. Okay, so shouts out Canada. That's number one. Shout out to Canada. I will be in Vancouver tomorrow. I'm going to be speaking to Gabor Mate, and that will be live broadcasted as well. That's number one. Number one, I'm going to be speaking. I'm going to say, Gabor Mate, thank you so much for coming on. Patrick Bet David, are you value-tained? We're going to grok it. We're going to ChatGPT it. Okay? Number two, we have, it's our 200th episode, and we don't have really anything special planned for it because it's just every episode is special. But there's, other scheduling conflicts this weekend for everybody else, which is why we have to shoot the podcast today, quarter day. I mean, it's 6 hours. 6 hours. Are you linking up with Northern Line while you're there? Probably not. I'm going to be in Vancouver for a very, very short stint. So most likely not. Bitch Caroline says you record the pause in the morning, you lying ass. No, we don't. Sometimes we record them in the morning. We were supposed to record it in the morning, but we're recording it at night instead. Coward. Yes, I'm terrified of Northern Line. That's why I'm not going to be seeing him. Anyway, tell Northern Line I said what's up. Will do. But yeah.